Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please? You're right. We do have electronic voting now. It's been a long 3 months up here. I apologize. Everyone, please cast their ballots. Well, and it adds them all up for us, too. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, before you go on, I just had a note handed to me that said that we seem to be having problems with Comcast, and they're working on it. So as of right now, the meeting's not on YouTube or public access, but it's still on WCBU and our website. But just for anybody listening, they're trying to address the issues with Comcast. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
20-129 is the request to approve the Home for All Continuum of Care, the Emergency Solutions Grant COVID funding.
Councilmember Moore.
I think this is a lot shorter. My only question on here is a subcommittee of the governing board. Do we have a list, or can we find out who's on the governing board, who's making these decisions?
Ma'am, yes, I can provide that information.
You said you could answer that question?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have that right in front of me, but I can provide that information to the council.
So generally speaking, do you know if there's city employees, outside folk, volunteers, like our advisory commission on CDBG, Public Service Advisory Commission? Is it something like that, or?
Yes, ma'am. It's a volunteer board that's made up of individuals who have an interest in working with the homeless and near homeless populations in Peoria. There is a city employee who sits on the board but does not vote.
And have you seen this board in operation?
Yes, ma'am. They've been in place. The Continuum of Care board has been in place, obviously with some turnover in board members for at least a decade now.
And so how many people sit on that board?
I believe there's about a dozen, but again, I'd like to get that specific listing to you.
Okay. And that's fine. I'm just looking in general now, because I know you have to pull that information after we vote. So I'm just trying to get as much information as we can so that we can approve this and move forward. And of that, about a dozen, at least the times that you have been there, can you remember what the general demographics of the group was? Was it all men? Was it all women?
I really don't know that I can answer that question right off the top of my head. I mean, I recall that it's, I think there's a pretty good mix.
If I could, here's the listing, and this is off of the Heart of Illinois United Way's website. This is the governing board of the Heart of Illinois Homeless Continuum of Care. It includes Patricia Bash, she's a community volunteer, Keith Black, the Department of Veterans Affairs, Robert Brandfast from OSF Healthcare, Linda Butler from Southside Mission, Rachel Cancino from Advocates for Access, Karen Davis, Greater Peoria LISC, Melissa Eaton, Pekin Entitlement Jurisdiction, Brandy Gerber, Heartline and Heart House, Jeff Gruss of Crittenden Centers, Dustin Height of Imago Dei Church, Kara Kepler of the Bob Michael VA Clinic, Kristen Largent of OSF Healthcare, Dan Phillips, First United Methodist Church, Lisa Roeder, the University of Illinois College of Medicine, Sarah Runyon, Phoenix Community Development Services, and Brenda Wilder from the Children's Home of Illinois.
Thank you so much. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. It sounds like there is a good mix of men and women. I did hear a couple of names that I believe I know these folks to be minority, and what I'd like for us to always have in front of us is, the demographics of each of the commissions that we have on our city that are allotting money to the public, to social service agencies. because it's important that those folks on the commissions and on the committees and the advisory boards and governing boards represent those who reflect those who they're funding, that they're funding. So thank you for taking the time, City Manager, for going out and getting that. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval.
We have a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Ruckriegel. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing no lights, please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-130 is the request to approve the CDBG Household Assistance Program.
Councilmember Moore.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Once again, this is another one. I think I may already have my answer from the first question that I had on 128. The makeup of the group that will be determining the folks who receive this household assistance program, is that going to be those applications coming through the CDBG Public Service Advisory Commission, or is it by lottery?
Councilwoman, the applications will come in through the lottery process, the same as with the business program. And then in terms of the review, and again, it's a technical review just to make sure that the applicant qualifies. The technical review for these applications would be the community development grant staff.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Greb. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-131 is the grant agreement with Natural Resources Defense Council.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move for approval and have a comment on the other side.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Councilmember Moore.
So if you reviewed this document, you will see that this was a grant award that the City of Peoria received through the Edwards Settlement Fund grant process to provide solar panels on the new Fire Station 4 that is going to be built on the corner of Western and Howett. And so, yes, that new Fire Station 4 is going to, Fire Station 4 will stay on the south side. It will be brand new. If you recall, the building that they're in is virtually 100 years old. And imagine 100 years ago, they didn't have the type of technology and need for services that we are having today. And as a consequence, when this grant became available, the City of Peoria, through Anthony Corso, and I hope he's around to speak to it, put in a request for funding, and this will be the first and only station in our fire station in our region that has solar panels on it. And I wanted to thank city staff and the grants management team and Anthony Corso and anyone else who had anything to do with applying for this grant, because it is going to be very much appreciated and utilized and save funding for us down the line. Because if you noticed on here, it indicates in the third paragraph under background that this will be the first net zero public building in the region. That means we won't have an electricity bill. Sorry, Aaron. But if Anthony Corso is available to speak to this at all, or if he's not, perhaps the Director Black can add some more context to this process, or the City Manager.
I don't know if Mr. Corso is here. I wasn't anticipating that we'd have any questions on this one, quite frankly. This was part of the Edwards settlement of the Edwards Power Station. And so this was a grant that we applied for, looking for the solar panels to put on the fire station. As you met, I think Director Corso is here, so I'll turn it over, or Mr. Corso is here, I'll let him answer the questions. So, thanks.
Thank you. You all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I wanted thank you, Councilwoman Moore. It was an opportunity that came to our attention early this year The Fire Station 4 design process initially was aiming to have renewable energy solar panels for electricity as part of the construction, but it wasn't going to fit into the construction budget. And there was an opportunity to go after some of this grant funding for reinvestment in communities of concern and in public buildings in particular that served 61605 in the area impacted by the Edwards plant. So we took the opportunity to put a great pitch forward for creating a net zero electricity public building. And as Councilwoman Moore mentioned, it would be the first net zero electricity public building in the region.
Thank you, Mr. Corso. And I'd like once again thank the grants team, and everyone's looking for funding that we could bring to support the processes and programs we have in our city. And this is just one example of that, $96,550 that's going to go in that station on the south side of Peoria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-132 is the amendment to the consolidated plan, the request for reallocation of the prior year's CDBG funds, and a budget amendment ordinance. So 3 items that would probably need 3 separate votes.
Yeah. Councilmember Moore.
So I thought I'd give the opportunity to Director Black, most likely, to remind us. We started this process some months ago, and it's finally coming back to us to approve. And if Director Black can give us just a very brief overview of what we looked at, it had to be at least 2 months ago now, and now it's coming through to us to approve. And then I will move for approval of the first item, 2132A, and then come back and let him make a comment.
Okay. Director Black.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Councilwoman indicated, this item has been before you in the past. Item A is the substantial amendment to the consolidated plan. This is the consolidated plan that was adopted very recently, and now we are amending it, obviously in response to the COVID-19 situation. So we're taking dollars that had been initially allocated to other purposes and channeling them into the business assistance program, the household assistance program, and the additional dollars for CDBG public service.
So I move for approval for 2132A.
Okay, motion to approve item A, seconded by Councilmember Ruckriegel. Is there additional discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Councilmember Moore.
For item 2132B.
Motion to approve item B, Councilman Gribbs seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Moore, did you have discussion on this one? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, please cast your ballots. Councilmember Moore? No, we just need your vote to finish that one. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to move for approval for 2132C with comment on the other side.
Okay, motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Moore.
Director Black, it would appear this looks like this is separate monies that will be opened up separately for other granting. Can you explain how we've already released the applications and eligibility for these funds, that this is not a separate pot of money?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. So what you have before you, you're correct. You're absolutely correct that the funds that are being allocated or reallocated this evening all really fall into four different categories. One is the Business Assistance Program, which the council approved earlier this evening, which is a little more than $1 million. There's the Public Service dollars, which are in addition to the regular public service dollars, so that's $300,000 that the council approved the outline and the priority list from the CDBG Public Service Committee or Commission, I believe at the last meeting. I apologize, I'm losing track of the meetings here. And then the Household Assistance Program, which the council also adopted or approved this evening for $300,000. And then there will be administrative funding, which the city is allowed to allocate out of these dollars that will be used to pay the salaries of the grant staff who will be managing all of these programs. So this money is spoken for, although it is not allocated at this point. And I guess a final point I would like to make that I first made a couple of months ago is that HUD has not yet provided the final guidance on the final regulatory guidance on the use of the CDBG dollars. And so we may have to come back to you if there is a substantial change to these regulations, although we do not believe that will be necessary.
Thank you, thank you, Director Black. And am I to also understand that the monies are not yet in our bank, that we're still waiting for the funds to come to fund these items?
That is also correct. Basically, what will happen is with the approval of this item this evening, we will send the amended consolidated plan off to HUD tomorrow. They have to review it and approve it. They have promised to expedite any amendments to consolidated plans that are sent to them. And then once we actually get their approval, then we will have the authority to release the funds, and we will be able to make the funds available to the public. However, we will move forward with the lottery program so that we will have both businesses and homeowners lined up, ready to receive assistance as soon as the dollars are available.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on this item? We have a motion and a second. I'm seeing no lights. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item 20-133 is the appointment to the Peoria Civic Center Authority of Crystal Frausto.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. This is just a question for clarification. Are we actually approving this person for 4 weeks? It says it expires July 1st, 2020.
So there was a vacancy in a voting member, so a non-voting member moved up. So then we had this vacancy in a non-voting position, and that term was only for a couple more months, not even a couple months, 6 or 7 weeks. So we filled the slot with a non-voting person, and then when that full term expires in July, she'll be appointed. We just, in the non-voting positions, the more time they can get to participate, the better. So rather than leave it open for 7 or 8 weeks, we filled her in that position, and then she'll be reappointed when the term comes up.
So we're going to see her name come back.
We'll see her name
Well, I'm
again.
very happy about that because I was getting a little bit upset that she was only going to be there for 3.5 weeks, and why are we doing that to this young lady? So thank you so much. With that, I move for approval.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve and seconded by Councilmember Ali. Are there any other questions on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at a first reading, 20-135. It's a first reading to review an ordinance amending Chapter 18 of the Code of the City of Peoria relating to the creation of a business registration.
Mr. Manager, well, Councilmember Montalongo, and then we'll get some more detail. Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had conversation with Councilman Euler, and he as well had conversation with the Chamber of Commerce. They want to have some more conversation about this ordinance this registry, and see if there's a way that we can come together. And they definitely have some some thoughts about this, so we're looking to defer this for until our next meeting and see what we can come back with.
Okay, motion to defer, seconded by Councilmember Euler. Is there discussion on the deferral? I'm seeing none. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at regular business. 20-136 is a presentation and discussion on equity by Councilmember Rita Ali and the NAACP.
Okay, Dr. Ali.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Artis and my esteemed colleagues of the Peoria City Council. It's good to see you all in person after 3 months. Also, thank you for allowing Reverend Marvin Hightower, President of the NAACP, and Al Hooks, also associated with the NAACP, but also co-chair of the Committee on Police and Fire Diversity, and myself to provide an informational presentation on equity and justice. It's a 20-minute presentation that we had hoped to bring to you at some point, but in light of current affairs in our nation, our state, and our city, we felt a sense of urgency. And we thank you, Mayor Artis, for putting it on the agenda tonight. Thank you. There will be time for questions or comments afterwards. I'd like to preface our presentation with words by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." He also said, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." Paul? It's important that when we talk about equality, equity, and justice, that we have a clear understanding of these terms. I hope that this graphic, although flawed, will help to provide a visual. These are images of 3 individuals watching a soccer game from the other side of a fence. In the first image, the foundation they are standing on is of equal size. However, one of the individuals is unable to see over the fence. This is what equality sometimes looks like. The second image reflects adjustments made to each foundation so that everyone can see over the fence. It demonstrates that one of the individuals required improvements to their foundation and one required little to none. This is what equity looks like, because treating people fairly often means treating people differently. The third image, reflecting justice, reflects a change to the barrier, allowing everyone to see the game. The problem with this is that with true justice, the barrier is completely removed and there is no fence. The other flaw with this graphic is that in the first image, the tall black man is the one shown to see best over the fence. But that is not reality, my friends, as the tall black man is likely the one having the greatest structural barriers to contend with, the knee on his neck. Building equity in government requires us to examine our policies, practices, programs, and our culture. Equity, opportunity, and fairness must be built into the fabric of each of these, and there are various successful models for helping us to accomplish this. Structural racism is the interplay of policies, practices, programs, and systems of multiple institutions which leads to adverse outcomes and conditions for communities of color compared to white communities. King County, Washington, one of the richest counties in the country, had pockets of disparity and structural racism similar to what we have in Peoria. They decided more than 10 years ago they would not be silent about things that matter. They would lead with racial justice and develop a comprehensive plan to embed equity within their government and their community. These are the 14 determinants of equity they identified for their area. Equity in law and justice, their law and justice system. Equity in city and county practices. Family, wage, jobs, and job training. Community and public safety. Quality education and early childhood development. Strong, vibrant neighborhoods. Affordable, safe, quality housing. Healthy, built, and natural environments. Also, access to affordable, healthy, local food. Health and human services, parks and natural resources, and safe and efficient transportation. I don't believe that our determinants, can you go back one? I don't believe that our determinants of equity are much different than these, but we must address these factors in a comprehensive manner that calls for consistency and accountability. I've provided the council with a 6-page handout that provides a glimpse of what King County has done, strategies that I believe are replicable in Peoria. Understanding that significant portions of their community were being left out, King County decided that race and place predicted whether people had the opportunity to thrive. They realized that inequities hurt everyone and chose to address root causes of inequities and engage their communities. King County developed a pro-equity policy agenda aimed at expanding access to opportunities in 8 key areas. Those areas were economic development and jobs, the justice system, transportation and mobility, child and youth development, housing, health and human services, information technology, certainly necessary now in the days of COVID-19, and environment and climate. They developed an equity and justice strategic plan, an implementation plan, and annual reports that track progress and assures accountability. And they didn't do it alone. They engaged key stakeholder institutions throughout their county, hospitals and schools, social service agencies, and employers, over 100 partners. They provided cultural competency training for all staff, and they've experienced significant results in terms of improvements in equity, quality of life, education, employment, the lifespan for African Americans, which there was a 12-year difference, average difference, between African Americans living in one part of their city, similar to a 61605. Neighborhood safety and justice. These are all areas that they've seen significant improvement, including the reduction of poverty. This model, I believe, could be a roadmap for Peoria. They tell their story all across the nation, and hopefully we can get them to share their story here. Reverend Hightower?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Artis and City Council, for having us here and allowing us to share with you on this important topic. Historian Rick Perlstein said, economic issues are a subset of social justice. Social justice is unimaginable without economic justice. Now, according to Business Dictionary, economic justice is defined as the basic and well-accepted principle of fairness, where the consequence of official policies should be the equal allocation of benefits among participants in an economy. As the Reverend Al Sharpton pointed out during the eulogy for George Floyd, we don't want any favors, we want what is fair. Before we look at where we are, we need to look at how we got here. Now, as a pastor, I know the truth can be hard to face, but I also know that truth will make you free. Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book Powernomics, points out, although slavery and Jim Crow semi-slavery ended generations ago, their legacies live on through various forms of structural racism. He goes on to say that contrary to the popular notions about the concept of race, it is more than a biological grouping. Race is about financial, political, and social currencies. It is a form of stored wealth and power. He points out that during the centuries of black slavery and Jim Crow semi-slavery, the majority society inherited its advantages, while the black minority inherited a legacy of disadvantages. This created economic injustice. Dr. Anderson points out that after the Supreme Court ordered racial desegregation, black Americans still bear 6 to 8 times the proportional share of poverty, broken homes, homelessness, criminal incarceration, unemployment, and other social pathologies. He points out that desegregation should have been about redistribution, wealth, power, and resources, not just about social integration. Social integration addressed the symptoms, not the problem. This brings us to where we are now during the coronavirus pandemic. CNN published a report last week titled U.S. Black and White Inequality in 6 Stark Charts. The report points out how protests that are still going on following the murder of George Floyd has once again shone a spotlight on the long-standing racial divide in America. The report highlights that despite the recent economic prosperity of recent years, the persistent inequities in wealth, health, and opportunities has gotten worse for the African American community. A few days ago, according to Bloomberg, unemployment went down for white and Hispanics, but went up for African Americans. Valerie Wilson of the Economic Policy Group said, racial inequality has become so normalized in this society that is what we come to expect to see. Time will not allow me the opportunity to go further, but I will end with a conversation between Alice and the Cheshire Cat in the book Alice in Wonderland. Alice asked, would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? The Cheshire Cat says, that depends a good deal on where you want to get to. Alice responds, I do not much care where. The Cheshire Cat says, then it does not matter which way you go. We are at a moment in time where we need to ask ourselves, where do we want to go? Do we want more of the same, or are we ready to move forward as a city toward economic justice? Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Thanks. My topic this evening is diversity, and diversity within Peoria's workforce specifically. As this fall shows, Peoria has a diversity goal with regards to employment. It says that the Peoria workforce will mirror the community demographics. Now that's kind of a high-level macro view, because one of the questions it begs for me is, does it mean that the workforce should have the same apportionment as, say, the percent of African-American males, or the same apportionment as Hispanic females? I don't know. I've not seen it documented. Also, who is accountable for achieving this metric? Who will be rewarded or penalized if it's not achieved? Again, I don't know. I've not seen it documented. Next slide forward, please. We do have a goal, though. And to start with the discussion, let's look at the percentages within Peoria. This chart shows the basis of white percentage in Peoria and minority based on the 2010 census. Whites are 57.5%, minority 42.5%. I would submit to you that if the 2020 census, it accurately gets input, these percentages will change significantly. I believe the minority percentage in Peoria has gone up quite a bit. Next one, please. What this far shows is the historical performance regarding diversity in the Peoria workforce. The top line are the years, the middle line is the Peoria workforce employment, and the bottom line is the percent minority in the workforce. 2009, 21% minority. 2019, 20% minority. I'll phrase it this way. In 10 years, Peoria has not made any progress with regards to diversity in the workforce. Also, in 10 years, Peoria has not had an affirmative action plan. Now, as a point of interest, in 2016, an ordinance was made, approved, that said the police department and the fire department would achieve goals in their employment that represented the community at large. This ordinance also said that there would be semi-annual reports on progress. And this ordinance also provided a glide path for the fire department and the police department to achieve the 2025 goal. We've not had semi-annual updates, but we have had updates. The most recent update in 2018, I think it was, both departments, fire and police, were significantly below glide path to achieve the goal. The Human Relations Department recognized the challenge and have put together a more innovative plan to improve recruitment, hiring, and retention of African Americans. How effective that will be, we don't know. It's too early to tell. Next one, please. As we talk change in numbers and achieving goals, I wanted to put this foil in just to really share the challenge that lays ahead. If you look at this, in 2020, we had 630 employees. That represented 128 minority employees, 502 white employees. I'm being optimistic in saying in 2030, even if we have the same number of employees, we will achieve the goal of 43% minority participation. What that would mean if the employment number stays the same is that 143 positions close to the mic. Thank you, Stacey. That means that 143 positions would have to change from being white individuals to minority individuals to achieve that number. That is one significant challenge. But if Peoria is serious about achieving their diversity goal, then it's going to take a harsh look, but more importantly, a change. Because we all agree, one definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Now, you will be receiving, I guess in the next 3-4 weeks, an affirmative action plan. That's a very important document. Next slide, please. An affirmative action plan looks at the current workforce position and tries to parallel and change that to a position based on availability within the community. The goal of an affirmative action plan is to look at protected class individuals and assure they move into positions in all levels, in all categories within the workforce based on the availability within the work group. The plan also provides accountabilities. The plan also provides the framework, structure, and audit protocols necessary for success. Frankly, as a citizen, I look forward to this plan coming to this council. I hope, I was about to say I pray, but I hope that each of you look at that plan, and I hope it's a very comprehensive plan, support this plan, and start working to make it applicable and effective in the Peoria community. I really believe if we have a comprehensive plan that's well communicated to the community, that has activities that show commitment to the plan, that the citizens will be more optimistic and the culture of Peoria will be more positive. I really believe our country and our city is at an inflection point. I thank those who are in elected positions who really embrace reasonable, significant change will maintain their seats. I also believe those that do not will not be in their seats. Thanks for your time.
I will end our presentation by saying that we now have a leadership mandate for assuring equity and justice in Peoria. We cannot wait. We cannot delay. The work must begin now. Thank you for listening, and we are pleased to answer any questions or entertain any comments regarding the presentation from council.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have questions? Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Reverend Hightower, my colleague, Dr. Rita Ali, and Mr. Al Hooks for coming and making the presentation that you have. This is information that I have to say, in the community we've heard before. And the fact that it is presented in the way that you've presented it today is a challenge, as Dr. Ali indicated. This is a challenge and an opportunity for us to say, we're going to do something different because Mr. Hooks, or Mr. Hightower, I don't want to be insane. And if you keep doing the same thing and giving soft platitudes to thank you for coming, it was wonderful to hear it, and then just putting it on the shelf, nothing's going to happen. And so this is a time when all of our society, as Dr. Ali indicated, is looking at how we can make those changes. You know, if you look at what they've presented, in my opinion, these are the things that I think all of us can get behind, because we want our community to be one of more harmonious and everyone able to take full advantage of the opportunities that are available. But as Dr. Ali indicated, that's by her graphic, that's not happening. And a lot of times we in government think that is going to take a lot of money from government when it's going to be everybody in our community. It's not just government. As Dr. Ali indicated, it is all those in our community, whether they are the hospitals or manufacturers or retail stores. All of us can be a part of making this this not a dream but a reality. As we have seen the bold step that was taken in Minneapolis, we can be bold as well and not be afraid to be bold in moving this agenda item forward. So thank you, Dr. Ali, Reverend Hightower, and Mr. Hooks. I do appreciate it.
I had Councilmember Gray up next.
Thank you, Chairman Artis. I have two questions. The first one, we may not have the data here tonight, but I would be interested in knowing to what extent the minority population was impacted by the layoffs that we had to make pursuant to the Great Recession.
I don't have that information at my fingertips, but we'll look at that and see if we have that demographic data that we can share with you.
Sometimes that means last hired, first fired. The other thing, and Mr. Hooks, if you could maybe come on up. You are always very good with the numbers, and I have a question for you. Now, this may seem like a silly question, but years ago we had a big problem with Peoria Public Schools and our ability to recruit African Americans to be instructors, both in our primary, middle, and secondary schools. And because we had problems getting enough folks within the community, young people, whatever, qualified candidates to come into the school system, what the school system set about to do was to send recruiters out throughout the country. In view of some of the static aspects here of our apparent inability to increase the number of minority people working for the city of Peoria, do you think we need to do some traveling? Or are we just failing to cultivate, as we should, some of our own people within this community?
Two responses. In doing my presentation, I mentioned that HR had made some aggressive plans. One of the things that's occurring now is Peoria is going to historically black colleges and recruiting significantly more than in the past. And not just going, one of Deborah's goals, and I really appreciate this, is to establish relationships with the college. One of the positions I had for a period of time, well, not positions, one of my responsibilities when I worked corporately was recruitment also. Each department had to recruit. And the difference between having a relationship with the school versus going on a campus to recruit is significant. So, should Peoria be traveling? Yes, and there are plans to travel. That's what I meant by the comment. It might be a little early to say what the results are, but the plans already exist.
We certainly did. Maybe we need to do both. A more aggressive initiative linking up with our educational institutions locally. But I do know that 150 was helped a great deal, and I know some of the people actually who were hired and I worked with who were actually brought in from other states and schools. So I really appreciate this presentation, and I know you're the numbers man. I'm not saying Pastor Hightower doesn't have the numbers.
Man, I just take the data where it is.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for your insights as always.
I had Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Hooks and Reverend Hightower. I can sort of see you there behind the podium. And Councilwoman Ali, I think this is a very important presentation. Equity and diversity and increasing diversity in our workforce has been a top priority for me and continues to be that. and I've served on the task force or the small group that's been working on improving our recruitment efforts. And one of those things that did come out of there is sending officers to historically black colleges. So I'm glad that that's happening. I have a couple questions. I'm wondering about the Kings County program, Dr. Ali, that you discussed and you gave us a little bit of a handout on. I'm wondering if any of you have specifically worked with them. Have you talked to them about maybe coming to our community and working with a group or a task force? So if you have any more info to add.
We reached out to them last year when ICC held the Peoria Summit on Racial Justice and Equity. And because we wanted them to come and speak at that event, you were there, but they didn't respond as quickly as we needed, so we ended up getting some other speakers. But then they responded after the fact and said that they would be glad to come here. Since then, I've talked to the city manager, and he had Dr. Muhammad to reach out to them. They're interested in working with us. They're interested in presenting to us. COVID-19 happened kind of right before arrangements were going to be made, and then they said that they would be willing to do something electronically because they're out in the Seattle area, and they had a big spike at the time. But I think that we should and can get help from them in terms of adopting a similar agenda and a plan.
Okay, that's good. So I guess if I'd like to be part of that, if you are going to work on a committee and maybe start meeting with them on Zoom or, bringing the council report back, I think that's excellent.
I think the first step, and I talked to the mayor about it too, and he supported bringing them. Also, County Board Chairman Rand also supported bringing them. Said that he would even contribute. They're government too, so there's no fee to be paid. It's just covering their travel and their lodging. And so it's just a matter of working together, all working together in terms of moving that forward. So, I mean, we need for them to come and present information to the council, answer questions, and then decide how to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have actually, I think is for the city manager, and it sort of spurs off a Councilman Grab's question, but I'm wondering what the impact on our diverse workforce of the proposed cuts that we're going to consider here tonight. Do you know what that makeup is?
I do.
Of minorities?
As we were looking at the proposed workforce reductions, we were looking at 16% of those workforce reductions would be female, and 25% of those, let me correct that. 16% would be female. 48% of those positions would be male. 37% are vacant positions. And then if you break it out and you take out the vacant positions, it's 25% of the actual workforce incumbents that would be reduced would be female, and 75% would be male. And then we would have 70% of the actual positions would be white, and 30% would be Asian, Black, Hispanic, or two or more races.
30% would be white, and then 30% are minorities?
Correct.
Do you know what the number is of employees that are?
I think as we were looking at that, the total was about 94 positions that we were talking about.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks again for this presentation.
Councilman Regenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Reverend Hightower, Mr. Hooks, and Dr. Ali for this very timely discussion for us. And As you were speaking, Mr. Hooks, you mentioned some changes, perhaps cultural shift might be a little strong, but you mentioned changes in HR, and I was going to ask if you've engaged Dr. Mohammed in these discussions as well, and what kind of role he's been able to assist with.
He has been part of the planning for those changes. As a matter of fact, the HR activities came out of a committee group: police, fire, city, citizens, with the desire to do something different, because we recognized, with regards to the glide path of police and fire, we weren't getting there. And so we had a very open discussion at meetings, and the agreement was for Deborah and Dr. Muhammad to look at what could be done differently to achieve a more improved result. And so, yes, he was part of it.
I can't remember the title of the report back we had, but speaking about the historically black universities, I recall that being one of their driving points. So I'm glad to see that's moving forward, and I'm glad to see that you've sensed the needle having the potential to shift here as this moves forward.
I would say having the potential is correct, because until we see significant improvement, we've got to keep trying new things. And when I say significant, once you all get the affirmative action plan and see what the challenge is, we all are going to have to keep pushing hard to make tough decisions to achieve the diversity goal. But it's a start.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Manager, let's make sure that we take the semi-annual reporting more seriously than we have perhaps in the past, because this is a topic that I think most of us around this horseshoe would love to be able to support and to help implement that change that actually does move the needle from a potential movement to a visible movement. So thank you again for your efforts, all of you.
Okay. Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali, you and I have a special relationship because we started 3 years ago, and you know, I believe you know where my heart is at. But I got to ask you a question. When I read the stuff about this King County, I mean, the city doesn't really look like us. I mean, there's 2 million people living there, $11 billion budget, and you said earlier, I mean, there's a lot of wealth over there, and you know there's not a lot of wealth here in Peoria. I mean, we're broke right now. Do you have another example, like next time you come back as we build, do we have an example like King County that would be right here in the state of Illinois?
Yes, we do have a special relationship. We have conversations on a regular basis about race and place. You recall, I took you on a tour of the south side of Peoria. We went to the deep 61605, and we went to the north side valley and talked about race and talked about poverty. King County, Washington, although it's a very rich county and a very large county, it had pockets of disparity very similar to 61605. And the income difference between people in that area who were predominantly African American and the other parts, the income difference was $100,000 on average. The lifespan difference was 12 years on average. Although it's bigger and very rich, it's very similar in terms of having a part of your city that is living in despair. They have many of the problems that we experienced in 61605. Many of the same problems, many of the same challenges. So, I mean, there are other cities that have done things, but their plan has been, I would say, better than any that I've seen in terms of leading with racial justice, addressing equity, embedding it throughout their system, involving all key stakeholders throughout the community. They've been more successful, and they tracked like nobody else. They track their success, and they hold everybody accountable. So to me, and I've been in this business of diversity and racial justice for a long, long time, they're the best that I've seen in terms of really turning things around in a very methodical way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Montalongo is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for that great presentation, and absolutely respect and want to thank you for all the work that you do, both locally, the NAACP, both locally and nationally. The work that you do crosses more than just the African American community, but has led the way for many other minorities and other groups as well. So I myself have been a recipient of many opportunities just because of the work that you have done. So I really appreciate what you do. Some of the questions that I have tonight, anyway, is as far as you had a number, I think it was 43% for the minority community. Do we have an idea what the age group looks like today?
Do we have what now?
Age group of the minority, like X percentage, 20 to 30, 40 to 50?
That information, if you look at census data, that information is available in census data. Census data breaks out, it's called quick look or something like that, but it breaks out percent African American, percent Hispanic, percent female, age groups. That data is very easily obtained and very easy to go through and get fairly brief breakdowns.
I think some of that information would definitely be helpful to us as we start to plan for this, as we might be very top-heavy in the older generation and then the younger generation. Like, I don't know what those numbers look like, but I'm just using that as an
I
example.
think the city manager had a report on 05 that broke it out by age, education, job. A very good report that looked at 05 in terms of the challenges in the population. Don't know if you still have it, city manager, but that was a good breakdown.
We can get that information for you, Councilman. We'll just
Very
break it
good.
out.
My other question, too, as I think about just the city's workforce, for example, and this might be one for the city manager, and as far as being able to account or determine what the minority percentages are through our workforce, is this like a self-identifying, or how do we do that? And as you, I'm just interested in that part of it. Just how does that happen?
So
How do we verify that's actual?
It is self-identified, so the individual puts that information down. We provided, in addition, we look at what people put on and have identified when they're filling out applications. If they've self-identified there, they don't have to, but they can. And we did a survey this past year where we asked all of our employees that information and asked them to verify, to letting them know we're updating the affirmative action plan, and we wanted them to provide that information to us.
And part of the reason, obviously, America is a melting pot of many different races and cultures, and just curious how we know that, and we get into those fine details. I, for once, have a mixed marriage and my kids as well. So just interesting how do you account for that once you start talking about Hispanic, for example, community, or any other? how do those numbers break up? Where
We
start
followed-
counting that?
we followed
Is that a good question?
We follow the employment opportunities guidelines that they have for how your races are determined, and then whether or not you're Hispanic as well. And so we use that form when we sent out the survey to our employees. We did not go in and question what somebody put down. We just took the information that they submitted and used that in the compilation of the affirmative action plan data.
So that was just one of my questions on how we verify that. I guess as well, when we're talking about the minority population, I know like perhaps the Hispanic community is like 5% or so forth, and this is all coming from the census, and I guess we're in the middle of doing a census right now. So when do those numbers become available to us?
Well, the census numbers, the decennial census numbers probably won't become available to us until 2022. Probably be the time that information becomes available to us. What we're looking at as far as our workforce, we will be looking at our workforce relative to the composition of what the city looks like and what the region looks like. While we have aspired in our goals, aspire to have a workforce that looks like the city, our corporation counsel will tell you from a legal perspective, they're going to look at the region that we draw from and that you hire from in order to evaluate whether or not you're meeting those requirements. And I will say Peoria looks a lot different than the rest of the region, and that's something that we have to take into consideration from a legal perspective. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for our presenters this evening? Okay. I'm seeing none. Thank you all again, Pastor Hightower, Mr. Hooks, Councilmember Ali. I think we would entertain a motion to receive and file this presentation. Councilmember Moore, seconded by Councilmember Graham. Are there any final comments on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your ballots for receive and file. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-137 is a communication from the mayor and city council with a request to approve a resolution condemning the actions that resulted in George Floyd's death.
What's this one? Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ask that we, the council, adopt a resolution condemning the actions that resulted in the brutal killing of George Floyd. I guess a little over 2 weeks ago. I think it's important that us as a council take a stand against the horrific action that occurred in Minneapolis. Therefore, we've put together this resolution stating that we condemn those actions of the Minneapolis police officers, that they do not represent the thousands of men and women that serve and protect our respective communities. And we extend our condolences to Mr. Floyd's family. And it says that we support and are committed to participating in community discussions to focus on how we can bring about sustainable, positive change against institutional racism. I hope that we can get a unanimous vote, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
We have a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Regenbach. Is there additional discussion on this item? Councilmember Ali.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. Of course, I support this resolution and thank Councilwoman Beth for your efforts, and the mayor in terms of, I don't know who wrote it, put it together, but I think you drafted it. And Corporation Council. So I think you did a fine job, and I appreciate you initiating that, and expect that the full council will be in support. I also want to commend the young group that has organized the peaceful protests around our city. They had 2 very successful, highly engaged, highly attended protests in our downtown area, and they call themselves Young Revolution. They are they are smart. They are very concerned about their city. They are college students. Their names are Sincere Williams, Adam Kane, Mariah Cooley. Sorry about that, Mariah. And they're leaders. They're going to help to change our world. And I just want to recognize them for bringing people together. I want to recognize the white people who are standing with black people, Asian people, Hispanic people, people of all races and religions that are standing, taking a stand for justice, for equity, and for change. I know that there's been a lot of questions out there in our community about what are we going to do to remove barriers, and how are we going to change within our justice system, within our police system. And there were questions about, and forgive me, Mayor, I don't remember what it's called, 8 points. Is it 8 points? 8 what? 8 ways. 8 ways in terms of using force, how we use force. And I would like to ask someone, who, I don't know whether it's the city manager, to respond so that we can make the public aware of what we have done in those 8 ways.
I know that our police chief is here. Maybe we can ask the chief to talk about, the approach that we've been taking with regards to use of force.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So in response to the 8 questions that were brought forward, I want to go over what the Peoria Police Department is doing and has done in response to those. We've had this in place for a while now. So 2015 was the year that we initiated our use of force platform of documentation, supervisor assessment, and board review. The first question was, requires officers to de-escalate situations whenever possible before using force. So in 2018 is when we started the training of officers in our annual training in reference to de-escalation. In that training is mostly directed towards the de-escalating individuals with mental health issues. And one of the things to keep in mind that our officers de-escalate every day on the different calls they're on. We just don't really hear about those calls. Number 2 was a use of force continuum or matrix. We use the Police Training Institute continuum, which is certified by the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board, and all recruits get trained on it, as well as the officers getting trained in the use of force. This is all covered in our use of force policy. In addition, the matrix for the supervisor review and response is based on use of force situations with potential for injury to a suspect and the officer. So when a supervisor responds to investigate the use of force, they look at the continuum as well. Number 3 was to restrict chokeholds and strangleholds, including carotid restraints, to situations where deadly force is authorized or prohibiting them altogether. State of Illinois actually has a statute that prohibits the chokehold by an officer, and the statute is 720 ILCS 5/7-5.5. I'll read it real quickly. It says, prohibited use of force by a peace officer. A peace officer shall not use a chokehold in the performance of his or her duties unless deadly force is justified under Article 7 of this code. B, a peace officer shall not use a chokehold or any lesser contact with the throat or neck area of another in order to prevent the destruction of evidence by ingestion. As used in this section, chokehold means applying any direct pressure to the throat, windpipe, or airway of another with the intent to reduce or prevent the intake of air. Chokehold does not include any holding involving contact with the neck that is not intended to reduce the air take. As far as our training lieutenant has not trained on any carotid restraints for several years. After Illinois banned chokeholds, our trainers began instructing officers not to use them unless it's a deadly force situation. Number 4, require officers to give a verbal warning when possible by using deadly force. Our general order states that level 1 is verbal direction, and that requires the officer to give verbal warning when possible before using deadly force. There is a Supreme Court ruling, Tennessee versus Gardner, that also covers this. Number 5, prohibit officers from shooting at people in moving vehicles unless a person poses a deadly threat by means other than a vehicle, for example, shooting at people from a moving vehicle. This is also covered in our general order, and it states the firing of shots from a moving vehicle is prohibited unless objectively reasonable considering the totality of circumstances. So if you look at our use of force continuum that we use, it prohibits the shooting at a moving vehicle unless it escalates to a deadly force. Several years ago, we had an incident where there was a suspect wanted for homicide, and they were in a vehicle driving towards rush hour downtown traffic, and an officer did fire from a moving vehicle at a moving vehicle. That's why we say objectively reasonable. Number 6, require officers to exhaust all other reasonable alternatives before resorting to deadly force. This is the basically purpose of the use of force continuum. Also, there's a case law that states that where deadly force is otherwise justified under the Constitution, there is no constitutional duty to use non-deadly force alternatives first, which means if someone is shooting at me, I do not have to go through the levels of the use of force continuum before I respond back with deadly force. Number 7, require officers to intervene to stop another officer from using excessive force. Our general order states that personnel shall notify his or her supervisor immediately or as soon as practical of any actual or alleged use of force or allegation of excessive force. We're actually in the process of tightening that up now. We have some wording that we are going to put in there about officers intervening actually on scene. Number 8, require comprehensive reporting that includes both use of force and threats of force. For example, reporting instances where an officer threatens a civilian with a firearm. Our current use of force reporting system covers this. Supervisors respond to all uses of force. The use of force board also reviews them. If we do have a deadly force situation, we call upon the Illinois State Police to conduct the investigation. But as far as threats with a firearm, when we intentionally point a firearm at a person for purposes of compliance, such as felony stops, building or room searches during incidents involving felony activity, these are all documented. And that covers the 8 questions.
Chief, can you also speak to the use of tasers?
Yes, taser is at one of our levels of use of force, and I would have to research. It's level 3, I believe, that the use of tasers it is covered in our use of force continuum, though.
Indicate how many times a person can be tased?
The law states that when you apply the taser, each time that you pull the trigger, that is an additional use of force. So if you pull the trigger and they comply, you cannot use additional force.
Okay. So if you comply is the key word, is that right? I'm aware of a national case that's getting a lot of attention out there, where officers used a taser on a young man 4 times and he died. So that's my question. Is there a limit to the number of times that a person can be tased?
So we have the tasers record the data. So after a taser usage, we download the taser and obtain the data, and that is part of the report. And like I said, the officer has to note how many times they use the taser. There's nothing that says how many times, as if there's a limit. It's for compliance.
And the last question I have for you, Chief, is can you speak to cultural competency training and how many of the police officers have had that training, and how frequent is that training conducted?
So we have had cultural competency training, and it is another mandate that is required by the Illinois Training and Standards Board, and we have that every 3 years.
Does that mean all of the officers have had that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Marion, for your hard work, dedication, and leadership.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to applaud the city for moving forward with this resolution. As a grandparent of 2 little black boys who have been born and are being raised here in Peoria, I watched as Tamir Rice was shot and killed at the park with a toy pistol. And even today, to think about that brings tears to my eyes. And so I can't imagine what parents who have little boys are going through when their little boys grow up to be young men and then suffer tragically. So I think this is something that really helped us to look at our own city and see what we're doing. I'm glad to see and hear our Chief Marion is going through this process and examining what we're doing. He was very responsive when I asked those 8 ways questions that when that came out, and there are some additional information we're going to provide as we go through our budget, some additional questions that I've posed to the city manager and to the chief as to what we're doing on other issues in our city. And so I applaud this resolution coming forward. I do hope that it gets a unanimous vote, because you don't have to be the parent or grandparent of a black child. You can be just the parent, sister, brother, father, uncle of anyone who has suffered. And you know how this feels. If you've had any kind of loss in your family, we're not a melting pot anymore. We're a salad. And as I tell my daughter and my grandsons, it takes a lot of different kind of people to run a world. And if we embrace the salad that we are, it's always a beautiful salad, and it's always very tasty, and all parts work together to bring nutrition to the community. And so thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing this to come forward. Councilwoman Jensen for initiating this response, and for all of you who I hope vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Greb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Marion, if you could tell us what CALIA does for us, the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, why it's considered by some to be a gold standard, when we got involved, and why we didn't get involved earlier.
Yes, Councilman. So CLIA is an accreditation company that makes sure that the department is up to date on policies and procedures. Departments being accredited through CLIA is about 5% of police departments across the nation. And as I had mentioned before, when I announced that we did become accredited, I was very proud of the hard work done by the men and women of the Peoria Police Department to achieve the goal of being accredited. So they're basically making sure that we are up to date on all of our policies and procedures. And what is important about it is we have an outside agency reviewing us. We will have an annual review. We just got accredited, fully accredited this year. We had one item that was outstanding that we ended up getting fully accredited. But we also have yearly reviews where they will take about 25% of our general orders and review them on an annual basis, and then on the fourth year they'll come back and do an on-site assessment. So we just have to be up to speed on everything.
I believe there was some expense involved in achieving this accreditation. We're part of just 5% of police agencies in the entire country. And so there was some expense for our taxpayers of getting involved in this, which will hopefully has already paid great dividends in professionalizing our force. I will say that during my years on the council, there were previous police superintendents and managers who did not think we should do it, that it wasn't worth the time spent or the money spent on it. But I think in retrospect, that was money that was well spent, and is one more thing that has helped make our Peoria Police Department a professional department. And I appreciate your response on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional lights on this item. We have a motion and a second for approval. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
20-138 is a request to approve a resolution in support of the Restore Heart of Illinois implementation plan.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you have in front of you is a resolution as well as the Heart of Illinois Restore Heart of Illinois implementation plan. The public health staff, the county staff, and the city staff began working on this plan back in early May with the effort and intent of trying to provide some guidance to our businesses in our community as we start to roll out of the next phase of business reopening through the pandemic. 2 weeks later, on May 24th, the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity publicly released the first set of guidelines for Phase 3 of the Governor's Restore Illinois plan. So we had been working on trying to put together some guidelines for business prior to the release of DCEO's guidance. And I think really what we tried to do within this document was to provide metrics and some guidelines for industry, as well as voluntary compliance. And everyone has talked about what are those timelines for opening up businesses. But the intent behind this was really to try and smooth out some of the steps as we move between phases and to work this through. We also really made a key effort of trying to make sure that we had the metrics that were driven by our hospital community and by our public health leaders. Monica Hendrickson couldn't be here this evening, but she would tell you what we really tried to do is focus those metrics to make sure that there was a sound basis in science, in epidemiology, and in public health, and that our hospitals were comfortable with it as we would move forward. So we really look at this as a way to provide that local implementation that really isn't in competition with Restore Illinois. We're using local data to move through this. We have well over 100 businesses that have gone out to the Restore HOI.com website and have self-certified that they're following the practices that the governor's office has laid out, and that we're providing guidance here where the state is silent. And for example, we had some guidance on swimming pools, and just this past weekend, the state finally released their guidance on swimming pools. So that's the intent behind this, and we hope that the council will enthusiastically support it.
Thanks, Mr. Manager. If I could just add a couple things on this, that's a very good summary. There was a lot of discussion about the Heart of Illinois implementation plan as it related to the bigger governor's revitalization and reopening of the state. As the manager said, the state eventually came out with some guidelines, but they didn't have any of the metrics or guidelines or any of these things that were included in our plan. And as a matter of fact, I don't recall it saying in here, but it said there's a strong indication that our plan contained quality information and influenced the state's plan. It definitely did. I mean, a lot of the information that was put together by Monica and her team and the manager and his team was basically cut and pasted out of our plan into the state plan, which is fine. It's a compliment to the people that put it together. The largest component, in my opinion, of the Restore plan was the voluntary self-certification of the businesses. So the businesses that want to show that their compliance and all the reopening guidelines that we attach to it for the health safety of their customers, those businesses go into the website and they self-certify that they're following these guidelines. So it's a very strong piece, and I don't know what the most current numbers are, but a very large number of our businesses self-certified very quickly. And so I'd urge people that are, as the economy opens up more and more, as they go out and they're concerned about potential safety, look for the businesses that have that self-certification posted, and it might help your comfort level a little bit. In addition, the county is going to approve the same resolution on, I think, Thursday, right? And really, it's there really isn't a lot of there's not a lot of power to this. We don't achieve a special status. It's basically an endorsement of the fact that this plan is put together, very comprehensive, and it encourages our businesses in the community to comply with a lot of those industry guidelines, metrics, and so on. The thing that we need to keep in mind here is, according to the governor's plan, we would go into the next phase at the end of the month. I think it's the 26th. And we're waiting to see how the metrics come forward in terms of new cases and positive cases and so on. There's some concern throughout the state and actually throughout the country that with a lot of the demonstrations that have happened over the last couple weeks, there was basically no social distancing and very little of personal protection equipment. And so a lot of states are a little edgy, looking for that 10-day, 2-week incubation period to see if we might see another spike, which we're all hoping that we don't see. If we don't see that, and that'll be this weekend, the first part of the next week, I would like to advocate that we continue to put pressure on the governor's office to move that next phase forward a little bit, because I think we're ready to. I know the business community is ready to. If our numbers stay low, if our hospitals are not being impacted by that, we hope to do that. The one thing throughout this, and then I'll cut it short after this, I'm just trying to give everybody a little bit more information. The one thing that we have not advocated for are for people that have a state license to go outside of the boundaries, just because of the potential that they could have their state license revoked. Barbers, hairstylists, anybody with a liquor license, anybody with a video gaming license who would have to have a liquor license too. We're cautioning those folks to be careful. If they decide to go against the executive order, there could be repercussions from the state. We hope that doesn't happen. We're going to advocate, hopefully, to the governor to expedite that next phase if we don't see any spike in our numbers. I hope that again, there really isn't any enforcement mechanism to this resolution. It's a show of support, and I can only repeat myself, which I hate to do, that the information that was put together by Monica Hendrickson at the health department and her team, in conjunction with the manager and his team, they really did put some world-class information together that people from across the state have used in establishing their community's guidelines for getting open back up. And we're very fortunate to have Monica, and we're fortunate to have the leadership from the county board that put her in that position. And that's probably a long way of saying I hope we can all support this resolution for the implementation plan itself. Councilmember Ali first.
Mayor Artis, question for the city manager. Is this the same Restore Heart of Illinois implementation plan that was sent to the governor's office and with the request for his support or approval?
It is. We originally sent a draft version of this to the governor, and then we followed up with this final version.
Okay. And did you get a response from the governor?
We did not.
Okay. So I did talk to the governor a few days ago when he was here for a tour. He took a tour of MacArthur Highway and also some of the test sites and some other locations in Peoria. Mayor Artis was there, of course. And I talked to him about the Heart of Illinois plan and whether he had approved it, and he said no, he had not, that it does not comply with his plan. I'm going to be the outlier, or at least one of the outliers here, and I do support our businesses, but I also know that the governor has done a good job, and some unfair things have been said about him, unfortunately, relative to his plan. And I think that he has been, and maybe with a more conservative approach in regard to when things open up more widely, I think he's been careful to make sure that we're not putting anybody's health in danger. And I respect Monica Hendrickson. She's the right person for the job and has shown great leadership. So this is not to be unsupportive of Monica in any way, but I do know that minority populations have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. I'm very concerned about a potential spike with regard to, these large protests that are taking place, and sometimes there's not masks, and it's not just people of color. That last protest was probably 85% white people. This is large groups that are by each other. So I'm not going to take a position against the governor's plan. I think that he will open things up widely soon and when it's appropriate, but I'm not going to be able to support this plan, although I support our businesses and our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Reck-Regal.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you first for your time over the past couple of months and for our city manager, not only helping lead our city with a lot of work that's behind the scenes that nobody ever sees through the COVID experience, and we're not out of the woods yet, but also for putting the Restore Heart of Illinois plan together. I know this plan wasn't easy because you didn't work outside the lines of the governor's restore plan. You actually worked within inside of it. And the reason I think that it is very special here, and you say that it doesn't do much, Mayor, I think I'm going to challenge you on that because I think it does a lot. Because all around here, we can do all of the let's get business open that we want to. We can do that from Peoria. We can do that from the county. We can do that from Springfield. But we don't get to decide when business gets back because we say the stores are open. It gets back when the patrons decide they feel safe enough and those stores are open that they go back to those. And the distinction here that I think this helps, and it does, what I like about this is it actually works footstep in with the governor. So they're not opposing. But what this does is it allows the public to understand that the steps that they take each and every day to be able to make sure that they're safe, that they're comfortable, it plays that role in making sure that we can open those businesses farther up and that they feel they can look at the fact that health decisions and metrics are making our determinations, and that if we see an upcrawl, we're going to pull back because the safety, the health of all of our citizens are key to make sure that we have the resources available. I know this wasn't easy, and this wasn't done in isolation. I think you had a pretty large group from what I understand, and there were a lot of thoughts back and forth. I, for one, am glad you worked on this. I think that the community who's gotten a chance to see it has liked it. I appreciate everything that the governor has done to get us through this experience. Nobody thought on March 1st, whether you were in Springfield or whether you were in Peoria, that we were going to be facing the decisions that we had to make. And they're not easy decisions. We thought that the hardest decision that would face us would be canceling of beloved parade. And that was very hard, and we hope to have that again. But it really comes down to the question of the health and safety of our citizens. Just thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for those hours that you put into this, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. And maybe just a quick comment, and this isn't to move a vote, because I totally, Councilman Ali, I totally support your support for the governor, and I think the governor did a fantastic job of being out in front of this. So Councilman Ruckrugel mentioned it, but the metrics in this are exactly where the governors are on these things. The biggest difference is almost every state that's contemplating an earlier opening, not an earlier opening, but when they're going to reopen, used about a 14-day window to look at the numbers, and we're looking at a month. And that's what pushes us so far out. And other states are opening up much sooner based on those same numbers. So if and we actually have those numbers for more than a month because we go back probably at least 6 weeks with the low numbers that we have. We really are ready to come out based on the governor's numbers. We're ready to come out because we've been there a lot longer. But it goes to the discussion on not every region of the state is frankly where Chicago is. So there isn't a lot of difference between these other than the fact that we feel that as a region we should be able to come out if our numbers are and our numbers are incredibly low. I have Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, as related to this issue, is for Chief Marion. Are you still there?
Yes, Councilwoman, I'm here.
Do you keep track of any reports that you receive or complaints that you receive about individuals or small groups or large crowds gathering in our city over the last several months?
No, only if there was an incident that occurred, then we would write an incident report on it. But besides that, we don't keep track.
Do you have any anecdotal information or remembrances of any complaints that have been received?
Yes, we've had, actually, since pretty much the shortly after the start of COVID, probably 2 to 3 weeks after the fact, we were getting calls of large groups gathering, like upwards to 150 to 200 people in the Taft, in the Harrison, different residential areas that they would have large parties. So we have received those type of complaints.
And based upon that information you just provided, the anecdotal information you have, would it seem that a lot of that has been occurring in the 1st District?
I would say yes, 1st and 3rd District.
Thank you, Chief. And it is for the information that the Chief provided to you that as those of you who know what I do outside of this role as council member know that I am an avid supporter of small businesses and would love to see us throw the doors open, because a lot of our businesses are suffering. A lot of minority and small businesses are suffering. I hear from them every day in my daily work. However, based upon what the Chief has indicated, we may be ready. I don't think all segments of our community are ready. Not everyone in the 1st District has run counter to COVID-19 restrictions. Quite a few people in the 1st District are adhering exactly to what we need to adhere to. But as Dr. Ali mentioned, at the last rally, I was at the first rally, my husband was at the second rally, so somebody could stay home with my grandson. But as Dr. Ali mentioned, the COVID has it doesn't care who you are and what you look like. And if you're standing next to someone who was at one of these large parties and you don't know it, and maybe they're asymptomatic, and you get it because we've thrown the doors open. I respect the Peoria City County Health Department. They do phenomenal work, and quite honestly, they are the ones who are there when other organizations may not be there for a large part of the minority community that is underfunded or has lack of insurance, and the health department comes through. They do a great job. And the work that has been done on this plan, I applaud you. But just speaking for my district, I don't think now is the time. If I was strictly a business owner and strictly speaking for Denise, I'd want to move this forward. But I don't just speak for me. I speak for a district that placed me here. And having said that, I won't be able to support it, but I applaud your efforts to push it through.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Riggenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the leadership you've provided on this, and Mr. Manager working with the Health Department and the County Board. And I tend to agree with Councilman Ruckriegel here and would move for the approval.
Okay. Motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Ruckriegel. I have Councilman Euler next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you well know, our small businesses are the backbone of this community, and they are in desperate need of a lifeline. Daily, we get another example of another one that is not going to open when this is all over with. I appreciate all of the hard work that has been put into this plan and to carrying us through the last few months. It's really disheartening to me, not just that we didn't get an affirmative answer on this, but that we got no answer at all. That's really troubling to me as a significant community in the state of Illinois, and I think that we owe it to our small businesses and our community to do everything we can to save them. Thank you.
I had Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you, and City Manager and the Executive Director of the Health Department and everyone else that's put so much work into this plan. I am very supportive of it, although I support Governor Pritzker, and I think he has handled the COVID pandemic in a tremendous way, and is part of the reason why now the numbers are going down in Illinois. This plan, though, I don't think is in direct conflict with the Restore Illinois plan. As the mayor points out, it really, what it does is provide additional guidance, which I think is important and is needed for businesses on how to safely reopen. The specific guidelines in there, I've gone through these, and I've also advised clients on looking to this plan and using them so that citizens, when they're ready to go out, they can feel comfortable, and they're going to go to those businesses that have been certified under the Heart of Illinois plan. So I think that component of it is very important, and it doesn't exist in the state of Illinois plan. The state of Illinois plan is silent in a lot of the areas and the specific guidelines that this plan addresses. So I think it's important, and it will help not only our businesses reopen, but I think it will also provide confidence to the community and to citizens that are that maybe have not gone out and are worried, as we all should be, about passing the virus along. So thank you for your work, and I support it 100%.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional lights here. We do have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes 9 ayes, 2 nays. Council members Ali and Moore. Madam Clerk.
20-139 is a request to approve the declaration of local state of emergency.
Corporation Council, maybe just a real quick, we have 2 here, and just maybe at one time you could differentiate and remind everybody what we're voting on here. I'm not sure what mic, oh, that's try that one. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first emergency resolution deals with the same situation we've had for a few months now on the books, the declaration of emergency related to COVID. You will notice that there are substantial changes from the prior declaration of emergency, where it was really about canceling meetings, the mayor's ability to cancel meetings, reschedule meetings, and limit access to public buildings. Now we're looking at ways that we can open City Hall and the other public buildings back up. We have found that many of our commission meetings are actually working quite well through various social platforms, and we have some committee members that would like to see us continue to provide that to them. And we're also looking at ways that we can work with the business community to implement the Heart of Illinois Restore Plan.
Thank you. Councilman Regenbach?
Move for the approval.
Motion to approve, seconded. Councilman Ruck-Riegel, discussion. Seeing none, please cast your ballots. Motion passes 10 ayes, 1 nay. Councilmember Montalongo. Madam Clerk.
20-140 is a request to approve the second declaration of local state of emergency.
Okay. Councilman Regenbach. Motion to approve. Is there seconded by Councilmember Moore? Discussion on this item. Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes 10 ayes, 1 nay. Councilmember Montalongo. Madam Clerk.
20-141 is a communication from the city manager with a request to approve a voluntary separation incentive for full-time employees.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you have here in front of you is the request to approve a voluntary separation incentive for full-time employees. We would be offering employees that would voluntarily retire on or before August 31st, 2020, that have 20 years of service, are fully vested in a state pension plan, $25,000 towards their health insurance premiums for a city-sponsored health plan. This is very similar to what we've provided in the past. It would be open to all employees with the intent of having the program to try and reduce the number of positions that we would have to actually lay off. We did provide, I know that there was some questions that council had in the budget packet, which is the next item. In the Part 5 report backs, we did include in that, in question number 7, which is on page 14 of the report backs, that at $25,000, if we had 20 employees take it, the cost would be $500,000. We then jumped into the ERI window, which I could reserve that if there's any questions when we jump into the budget, but that was the other piece that I think council had a question about. So at this point in time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have on the VSI program.
Okay. Councilman Regenbach?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really think these need to go hand in glove, and without having more details on the ERI, maybe a 2-week deferral would be appropriate so that we can make sure that we're looking at all the options together.
Okay. Motion for a 2-week deferral, seconded Councilman Kelly. Discussion on the deferral. Councilmember Jensen.
I actually had some questions about the program, not on the deferral. Does it need to be limited to?
If we can, there's a number of questions that we're going to have, I believe, brought back that are comparing them side by side. So if you can get them to the manager, they'll be included if this passes in 2 weeks.
So don't bring them up now?
Well, it's the motion on the floor is the deferral.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Seeing none, we have a motion to defer for 2 weeks. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at unfinished business. 20-125 is a request to approve the recommended 2020 to 2021 budget restructuring as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. What we'd like to do, I do have a new slide deck that we'd like to walk through that just has some updated financial numbers. So the first thing that I will do as we jump into the, make sure this is on, excuse me, the numbers is we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the economic news that we've seen. These charts we had shown you previously. They've been updated for the last couple of weeks through the pandemic, and we're now seeing that small business hours compared to January of 2020 have declined by 58%. And we're seeing that small business earnings have declined during that same period of time by 83.4%. When the state of Illinois released the unemployment rates, the Peoria metro area had the second highest unemployment rate in the state at 17.8%. Currently, the city of Peoria's unemployment rate is 19.3%. Illinois has lost over 800,000 jobs in the last month and has the 7th highest unemployment rate in the nation. In addition, the State Commission on Government Forecasting and Accountability came out with some information on our revenues statewide that will have an impact as we start to move into, as we start to see the sales tax numbers roll out and other revenues rolling out for us. In COGFA's May report, they talked about a couple of things that are germane to our budget planning and as we look ahead. They have stated that Illinois statewide, their sales tax receipts for April are down 19.6%, and that the May sales tax receipts are down 23%. They're seeing that new car and truck registrations are down 55%, and that total exports are down 13% statewide. And that the Chicago Purchasing Managers Index, which is an index that really reflects manufacturing activity, is down 40% right now. What they did look at is they looked at with 1 month remaining in the state's fiscal year that income taxes were down 5.4%, corporate income taxes were down 14.9%, and that sales taxes were down 1.5%. And then as they estimated out for the next state fiscal year, which again runs from July to June, they're looking at income taxes on the personal level being down an additional 3.9%, corporate income taxes being down 12.5%, and that statewide sales taxes for the next year will be down 11%. So those are the state revenue estimates based upon the business activity and some of the economic planning that they've been looking at this point in time. As we mentioned on May 12th, you provided some guidance on the 4 levers that we were looking at, whether that's revenue or borrowing, whether that's operating or capital cuts, as we looked at developing it. So again, we've tried to break this out into the 4 specific areas. We did estimate that based upon our initial conservative projections that we were able to increase our revenue estimates by $5 million. You have already approved the $27.3 million in capital expense reductions and an additional $10 million of reductions in 2021. We have borrowing. We have discussed previously the borrowing of $20 million of new debt and the debt restructuring of $10.25 million. And there's a budget report back that provides the detail on that restructuring of the existing debt that we have. And then lastly would be the operating cuts of 94 FTEs that we have proposed to garner the $10 million of operating reductions for 2021 when the full fiscal year takes effect. So as we mentioned, the Municipal League did revise some of the state revenues upward. While the state is sweeping PPRT, they are seeing that income tax numbers are coming up a little bit, or that the decline is not going to be as large as they anticipated it to be. And then some of the sales tax projections based upon what COGFA have changed. We did get a grant from the state of $1.2 million that we have deposited in the MFT fund. That's part of the capital bill. That's money that we'll be able to utilize for roads. And that now that we're starting to see that we're reopening here in June, we are seeing that we're going to move some of our estimates forward. The state also submitted, and this is the Illinois Department of Revenue, some sales tax trends for the first quarter of 2020 compared to the first quarter of 2019 that we wanted to talk about as well. And I think there's some interesting trends that come out here with these sales tax numbers. What you'll see first is that, and this is no big surprise, food for home consumption was up 19%. As restaurants were closed or only open for drive-through kind of carry-out, we saw that eating and drinking places were down 9%, but we saw that food for home consumption was up by 19%. You're seeing that the effects of having all the malls closed, that our apparel is down by 31%. So it's a significant number and a significant drop as you see many clothing stores are being closed during this time period. One of the interesting points was that during that first quarter, lumber, building, and hardware was up by 12%. I think as people were stuck at stay at home, they spent money on items to go out to Menards and Home Depot and Lowe's to do work around the house. The other interesting line is the automotive filling station line. Here you'll see that the state sales tax numbers are down 10%, but our home rule sales tax numbers are up 16%. And the reason for that is on the state sales tax numbers, automobile purchases are included. Sales taxes are charged on the purchase of automotive or autos, whereas only on automotive products do we charge the home rule sales tax. The home rule sales tax is not imposed on titled goods. So what we're seeing there is that our auto sales are down, and we can see that in the amount of money that we're receiving for that section of our sales tax proceeds, but our automotive products are up. So overall, what we've seen in just that first quarter, and the second quarter is going to be markedly different, and the numbers are going to probably drop considerably, is that the 1% change in our state sales tax numbers and a 5% change in our home rule sales tax numbers to the negative. So we're seeing declines of both of those sales taxes. In addition, in your packet tonight, in the consent agenda, we had our April 2020 financial report, and this is just a quick snapshot we wanted to talk about. We have overall revenues are down $5.5 million from 2019, and it's no big surprise. It's hotel, restaurant, and amusement tax revenues are down, our sales tax numbers are down, and then we're seeing our state shared revenues are down. So those are the reasons for that difference year over year over the first 4 months. Overall, our expenses are up $10.8 million from 2019. It's really due to the timing of some of our bond expenses. We were booking some of the expenses for the 2018 bond issuances came out. So as we were booking those expenses, that was one of the areas that was noticeable. In the general fund, we're seeing that general fund revenues are down $3.6 million from 2019, but we've also really stopped and curtailed unnecessary spending during that period of time as well. We're down to $2.7 million in terms of expenses, as the departments really are taking to mind the fact that this pandemic, we've tightened our belts. We're trying not to spend where we can. And then beginning in May, we are starting to see that we have now really kind of exhausted the revenues, and for the month of May, we did draw down cash reserves by $1.1 million, and we're going to start presenting to you on a regular and recurring basis cash drawdown each month so that you can see what's happening, because now we've started to get into that point where we're dipping into our reserves. So as we mentioned 2 weeks ago, the capital side of the levers, we had proposed reductions in our capital. We would have $12 million of capital expenses for 2020, $24.6 million for 2021, and then we would start to move back up to normal revenue or normal capital expenditures in 2022 and 2023. The capital road funding would reinstitute. We would start that back up in 2021, where we would start to reinstitute the major road projects that we have here. And then, as we mentioned, as part of the state's capital bill, there were a number of projects that we have been identified as being the recipient of. Our conversations with DCO have stated that it's really going to be driven by the governor's office as to when those projects get released, with the input from our state legislative delegation. So that's something we'll certainly have the conversations with our state legislators about when those projects will be released. We've talked before about the borrowing lever that we would be looking at still with all the changes, the $20 million of new borrowing, the $10 million of debt restructuring. The detail on the debt restructuring is in the report backs, and that budget question was number 6, and that begins on page 7 in the budget report backs, and you have the detailed information on all of the debt restructuring that was there. Moving on to the most important piece, and that's really the operating staff reductions. We had 94 positions that we were recommending, as well as 28 temporary worker positions that we were looking at recommending that we reduce as part of the budget reductions. This would be 14% of our workforce. There would be 12 positions in City Hall and the back office functions. There would be 6 positions in community development, 14 positions in public works, 33 positions in fire, and 28 positions in police. As we started to look at this, what we'd like to do is really phase that in with the vacant and reduced positions from non-public safety and the temporary workers first, and then look at in phase 2, look at the reduced positions that we would have that would be those existing public safety officers that we have, and look at trying to roll that out October 1. And with that, as we mentioned before, some of the reductions in service, there would be the cadets, the explorers. We would have accreditation and moving people out of the traffic division, out of our detectives division, out of special investigations. It would be 3 engine companies, We would have higher response times in fire. The fire chief is obviously here tonight if there's any questions about how that would be affected or effectuated by the department. Under Public Works, we would have longer snow routes. There would be less residential plowing and significantly smaller maintenance workforce. On the community development side, again, fewer community resources, and we would have emergency demolitions only. And then we know that we'll have just simply slower response to citizens' requests and slower response to fixing systems with fewer employees that are working at City Hall. And we have had discussions with all the unions. We've talked with the Police Benevolent. We've talked with the Local 50 of the AFFI, AFSCME, and the Crafts and Trades. I think I had stated here that we had talked about a 10% reduction in pay in lieu of layoffs. And just to clarify that, I think Councilman Montalongo had mentioned that management take a 10% reduction in pay. And when we looked at that, we saw that 10% reduction in pay, if we did that across the board, would obviate or eliminate the need for any layoffs. So we proposed that to the unions. We're still talking with the unions about what options are out there. So I don't have any more to talk about there. I think Police and Fire and AFSCME, this slide doesn't say AFSCME, but they have all expressed interest in a VSI. So they are kind of interested in that. I think AFSCME and I think everyone received an email from the business agent for AFSCME has expressed interest in an ERI as well. Police and Fire would not be eligible for the ERI, so that's one of the reasons why they wouldn't have any interest in that. And again, the VSI or an ERI would eliminate the need for layoffs. So with that, I would be, I think as we just kind of wrap up, this would kind of show you kind of where we would grow with this. I think that the out years, our biggest concern are pension cost growth, and then revenue recovery in the out years. We're still going to have deficits. So even with all of these changes, we would be back here in 2022 and 2023 with deficits that we'd have to address. And I think this shows you just kind of in table form or in tabular form what that would look like. That I think we're seeing that some of the growth in these numbers from some of the revenues, but we still have issues in 2022 and 2023 where we'll be spending cash and we'll have to burn through that. So as we look at our path to a plan, what we wanted to talk about here was, again, we got your guidance and your feedback on this plan on the 26th. We would continue that conversation this evening. We would continue the discussions with our bargaining units, and then hopefully come back to you and have finalized policy decisions that we could make by the 23rd so that we could start to implement by August 1st and October 1. And that hopefully, as we move through this, we have a spending plan also that is set that we can come back to and look at on a quarterly basis for 2021 as well. So that as we're sitting here discussing and have been discussing for the last several months, our budget and our spending plan, that we're looking at trying to make this really an adjustment that would be an 18-month adjustment to our spending plan so that we have a budget that's adopted going forward that we can modify. And as we've mentioned, we would come back to you and then start to look at looking at all phases of this, but then really looking at it on a quarterly basis where we would start to come back to you and have discussions with you about where we are and where we stand, because this is so unprecedented. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Appreciate the report and the additional information. Maybe just a couple observations before we dive into this. So we have made some progress on direction. Part of it was helped by the updated numbers from IML with the additional $5 million revenue. We approved the debt restructure of $10.25 million, and we also approved capital reductions over the next 2 years. So we have gone down the road of beginning to get us to a place where we're closer to being back even. I think my observation from talking to my peers on the council especially in light of some of the things that have happened in our community in the last 10 days or 2 weeks or so. I think that there's probably a need to have additional, not just discussions with each other, but with the community on the public safety side of this. We've certainly gotten our emails lit up on potential reductions in fire stations, especially in the 5th District, but there's been a lot of those, and I think a lot of you have probably been like me. I've gotten a lot of phone calls and emails from folks that they don't want their firehouses or police officers reduced, and they don't want to pay any more money. And it's hard to explain how you make those two things meet, right? And we all understand that. I mean, no, everybody doesn't want to lose service, but they don't want their taxes increased. We get it. But I just think that rather than having to sit here tonight and go through maybe a couple hours worth of back and forth and not being able to get there, if it's okay with everybody, let's continue to have those discussions with our neighborhoods, leaders, people in the community. I mean, it's our job to help them understand that you can't have proverbial cake and eat it too, right? And maybe we can try to figure out how this is best going to work and come to that. And so we can sit here as long as we want to tonight. I'm just saying, I think that piece of it needs a little bit more time to simmer. I do think that there's an opportunity for us when we look at vacant positions that are vacant. Many of them have been vacant for quite a while. We could probably have a discussion on that in the layoffs, just to kind of round that part of it out. And then as we go to, I mean, by the plan we just saw, we're looking at implementing the non-public safety any positions by August. So if we were to be able to come to a consensus on addressing the already existing vacant positions, however that may be, and also the proposals for layoffs, that gives the manager direction, but it also gives him more, when he goes back and talks to our represented folks, it gives him more ability to say, are there other things that you could propose that we could look at that would not lead us down that road? But at least we're giving him part of the apple. So I'm just putting that out there. Obviously we can, in the public safety, again, your timeline was October 1st. I know a lot of council members and a lot of our citizens have said, well, let's wait and see what's coming down the pipeline from the federal government. Maybe we won't have to do that, and maybe we won't. So I don't think that we need to make that decision by the next meeting. I think we can have a little bit more time to see how that moves and continue those discussions. So I'm not necessarily trying to say what we can and can't talk about tonight, but I do think there's a couple things that we can give the city manager, and then we'll see how the rest of them go. So I had Councilmember Euler first. So Councilmember Euler.
It breaks down the employee brackets in the phase 1 and phase 2. Yeah, I think that would just be easier for the sake of conversation here. So to kind of piggyback off of what some of the mayor said here, we've been talking about this for months. In my personal opinion, I don't think we've made swift enough action in some areas. Almost 3 months now, and we really haven't made any concrete decisions and direction to start to address and dig our way out of this hole. We've seen now the projections for where the state is and where we're at, with the shutdown for the first quarter only being maybe a week or so, and that generated results of being in the negative. We can only imagine where we're going to be for this quarter, and we can't afford to wait until insolvency to figure that out. We're already burning cash, so we need to make some decisions. And so I would move that we go forward with the phase 1 listed above here, with the elimination of the vacancies as well as the non-public safety related layoffs, to allow time to evaluate the public safety piece of this conversation, but we're essentially still out there advertising and spending money and resources on vacancies that we know we're not going to fill. And so I think that that's a decision that we can, not without pain, but probably easier than other things, take some action on tonight as moving forward with this phase 1 approach. Thank you.
Is there a second for that motion? Councilman Kelly. So the motion, as I think I heard it, was to eliminate the vacant positions identified?
Yeah, the phase 1, it's the 55 vacant positions and the 28 temp workers.
Okay. I had Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll come back after we're done with this motion. Okay. Thank you.
I had Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. Just for clarification, phase 1 is 55 vacant
It would be
and
30,
reduced. What is it?
37 vacant positions, and that would be the 8 positions in City Hall, 3 positions in Community Development, and 7 positions in Public Works.
And there are, it's also showing 5 positions in fire and 18 positions in police.
Those are vacant positions in fire and police.
Right, so phase 1 would or would not include those?
Would include those.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I think
So
under the motion that
was made
Councilman Euler just
by
made.
Councilman Euler. And it would also include the 28 temporary workers.
Correct.
And are the temporary workers currently working?
No.
They have not been hired?
We did not hire.
So those are vacant temporary positions as well? Okay. And in regard to the 37 vacant positions, it looks like a greater number are 18 positions in police.
That's correct. There are 17 sworn positions that are vacant, and there's 1 administrative assistant position that's vacant.
And have those positions been vacant for some time?
Well, we had 15 of those positions that were held vacant as part of the budget that was adopted by the city council last fall. So those positions have been out there. We just have not filled those positions.
Yeah, I think I read something in an email from you that said that it would be almost impossible to fill 16
From
or
the
17
time of
positions.
hire until it's almost 11 months before someone is actually out on the street from the time we hire them as they go through PTI and then the FTO training. It takes them almost 11 months before they can get out on the street.
Okay, but eliminating those positions now means that they would be gone 11, 12 months from now.
That is correct. You would be reducing the size of the police department workforce, yes.
Okay, so I would ask Chief Marion if you would respond on the impact of eliminating those 18 positions. What would be the impact on police operations?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. So one of the things to keep in mind, we were actually going to hire 8 in May that got pushed back to September. So instead of having 18 vacancies right now, we would have had 10 vacancies. But due to the budget reasons, we pushed that back to September of hiring the 8 in September. We've since had a couple more retirements. So the number 18, we have not held that those vacancies for an extended amount of time. If I was cut 18 positions, I would definitely have to look at restructuring certain divisions and units in the department.
Let's see, it just seems like it's really difficult to try to make decisions on these 18 positions without knowing more about the VSI or an ERI and how that might impact, I mean, I know those are not layoffs, but those are still positions within the police department or, you know, and fire department and other areas where some people may take advantage of an ERI or a VSI. It's difficult to do this piece by piece. But I'm glad you said, Mayor, that we should hold off on, or that you think that we should probably hold off on cutting positions and making a decision to cut positions relative to fire and police in particular. I'm also concerned about those other positions moving too fast. I think that waiting, having more discussion in the community may also give us time to see whether there's money that may come from the state or federal government to eliminate the need for some of this. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, and I'm not sure if Chief Marion is still there, or I'm sure he is, or the manager. Just on what was just commented on the officers that were going to go into PTI this, I think, fall. If those were included in that elimination of, you know, because they're vacant right now, I don't think that we want to risk not getting them in that class this fall, because we're going to have more officers than that are going to retire. So that would put us that number plus whatever retires down, right?
And it would further extend that time frame for us to backfill those positions, because now if we lose this class of 8, you're not going to get another class till, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, January, is that correct, when we'd get the next class?
That's correct. I have 10 slots for January.
So it just pushes that out. So the effective time that those officers wouldn't be out on the street would be 11 months after that January date.
So could we just change that? Right now it's 18. According to your phase 1, if we change that to allow for those 10 positions, could we make that one 8 and still be safe on the officers that are going to be trained this fall?
I think that would allow us to put them in the class in September, certainly.
Okay. I think we should consider that, just so we don't get way behind the 8 ball, regardless of what happens with other funding. The big key to this for us is when we get these new officers is getting them trained. It's a year, basically, before they're actually out, you know, finishing their training, do their training with the field training officer, and then getting out on their own. So, you know, potentially, Councilman Euler made the motion. If we could consider, in light of what the chief said, instead of 18, keep those 10 in line, and then we would have eight of the vacant positions reduced. We're going to keep 10, and there would be 8 left.
Way again, but that's fine if that will please the group to move forward here.
And to Councilmember Ali, too, just in terms of the timing and whether we should wait or not, when whatever we give the city manager tonight and he goes back to the represented units, if they come back with something that would allow us not to have to do this, then certainly I think that's what we'll try to do. But in the meantime, I think it's appropriate given direction. So the seconder of that motion was Councilman Kelly. I got so many notes going on here. Is that okay with you if we adjust that one on the police? Okay, thank you. All right. I had, look at my notes. I had Councilman Gray up next.
Okay. To me, me, what we are attempting to do tonight is make a decision prematurely. Now, if I were the city manager of the city of Peoria, I'm not, but I am an elected representative of the people. What I would be asking myself is, how do I feel tonight as I go to bed in terms of being able to protect the people in the neighborhoods, our businesses, and the real estate values? Are these just numbers? These positions are not just numbers. They're people. They're not people the way you think I'm thinking about people. They're the people who live in the 2nd District, who rely on these services. They are the people in all of the districts who rely on these services. Now, we are about to be asked to make a decision that doesn't have to dwarf the damage that we did pursuant to the Great Recession. It doesn't have to. We already have unemployment numbers that have changed for the better rather quickly. So to have all these Malthusian projections animating our decisions tonight, in light of what we've been through, we're defunding our city, folks. Think about it. Now, if in the final analysis, I think the mayor's right, we have a big budget hole, and we don't have the luxury of not balancing our budget. Let us do what we need to do 11-0. Let no one say that we acted prematurely without the benefit of potentially the HEROES Act, passage, SMART Act, etc., potential down the road reamortization of pension debt. The first two are things that I believe we'll know a lot more about soon. This community has been through an awful lot. Now, tonight, we had a presentation from the NAACP. And we're trying to diversify our workforce. How in the hell are we going to do that when we repeat the mistakes of 2008 as if we're a butcher? Would somebody here just say, take this knife from my hand because I will not do it? I will ask the people of this city to make a sacrifice. I will let them know exactly what the mayor suggested. Now you guide us as to what you think is most important. Do we as a community have the collective will during this once in 102-year pandemic to kick a little more into the kitty, to be safe, to retain the real estate values in the 2nd District, 1st District, 3rd District, 4th, 5th? Or do we not? I don't think, in light of everything that's happened in our country and in our city, we have been informed by the people we all report to, which would be our citizens. And one of the things that makes this particularly grotesque, it's just awful, and I know that I speak for all of you. In this pandemic period, how in the hell do we go into our neighborhoods and talk to our people and tell them what the choices are and ask them to tell us what they think we should do? So I think waiting a little bit, seeing what happens with Heroes Bill, SMART Act, and maybe nothing comes out of it, but waiting a few more weeks is not going to be tragic. When we use the term, Councilor Euler, you're not the only one who's used this. I've heard it many times through the years. We're burning through our cash. No, we're using the people's money to keep us from devastating our city. Defunding a great city that's the hub of the second biggest metro area in the state. So that's why I can't support this. But there will be a day of reckoning. We will probably have to pass something that is going to be absolutely awful, but we don't want to do any more damage than we have to. And we should receive further guidance from our constituents. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Regenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, we say this every time we meet, that these decisions aren't anything that we want to make. We worked so hard on the budget last year that was passed unanimously by this body to put a plan in place, and then this happens. I think it is significant to remember the dialogue we had during the budget time about adding to our cash reserves, and if there's ever a reason for us to see the value of that, I think we're seeing it now. But let's not underestimate the fact that we are drawing down, not burning through, $1 million a month. So that number's a bit daunting. I think beginning with these vacant positions is a logical place to start. Councilman, thank you, and Mr. Mayor for promoting this and for the motion. Even at this, it's going to be August 1st until any of this is materialized, and we can't keep saying let's wait a little longer. In my opinion, the time for action is now, because even at this point, we're looking at August 1st before this even begins to materialize. And if our dear friends in Washington, D.C. come back with a SMART Act or the HEROES Act or whatever acronym they want to put on it that would allow us to delay, reverse, mitigate some of this, I think we'd all be standing there in line to do that if that's a reality. Chief Marion, if I may, the slots that you have for the police academy in September, do you have 8 or 10 slots for that?
Councilman, the slots that we have are 8 in September. They were supposed to be hired in May, but we pushed them back to September. So they have a conditional offer of employment, and the positions in May got pushed to September. The 10 slots I have are in January.
Okay. So by restoring those 10 slots, we'll be able to get the officers again, realizing that it's September and then the next class is January. So I think this is a good step for us tonight, with the background that help could be coming from Washington, help could be coming from Springfield, but again, we've been saying that since April also. So I just want to make sure that we have a plan in place, and I'll be supporting this motion because I think this will be a cautious step towards putting that plan into reality. Thank you.
Okay. I had Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, you said earlier you were counting through the number of positions in the police department that we would lose, and you said one of them was an administrative, I think. What
There's a vacant administrative assistant position.
I had requested and received late this afternoon from Chief Marion a 12-page report. I don't know if anybody got a chance to look at it, but it is phenomenal. And I wish we had more time to delve into it, but I specifically want to refer you, if you have your copy, I believe it's page 4. Let's see. 1, 2. Actually, it's page 3. And in light of what has happened in the last couple of weeks, we have been talking about, you keep hearing about defund the police. And that means a lot of things to a lot of people. And from a lot of what I've read recently, the prevailing thought is that there are funds that are redirected from the police budget into other social and community services that promote community and bring value to the community. And one of the, on page 3, Chief Marion mentions that due to the current budget situation, we are at risk of losing the Focused Deterrence Project Manager. And he indicates that this Focused Deterrence Project Manager does some of the following. It's not limited to just these, but we're talking about providing education, job training, computer training, employment opportunities. This person's connecting those who are at risk to these kinds of things. Employment opportunities, alcohol, drug treatment, mental health treatment, healthcare services, educational support, tutoring assistance, emergency counseling, food pantry, transportation for services, ID, driver's licenses, birth certificates, housing assistance, custom notification, home visits, job site visit, needs assessment, and that's just some of what this person provides in our community. This is the climate that we're talking about, where this is the type of individual that should not be separated from the police department. And yes, we have a budget situation that we're dealing with, but we have seen that, and if you go through this 12-page report, and I really encourage you to look at that. I don't know if this is something that is available to the public as well, but it is just, when you see what is happening, I hesitate to, and in addition, what I requested, so I had requested that from the chief and then from the city manager. I asked him to also provide what other programs and services in the social and community areas that the city provides. Basically things that are not roads and bridges and things like that. So what else are we providing community that maybe we don't tell our story and folks don't know? Just like with the 8 ways. I learned when the question came to the city that we were doing those things. Fantastic. Can we do more? Absolutely. And then similarly, if you take the time to look at this, and once it goes up on our website, the community can look at the other types of things that their tax dollars are being used to provide our community. And so we've been talking about this budget thing now since, 3 months now, since this all came to, the COVID-19 shut us down. But the last couple of weeks, I've been looking at this differently. When you, and it goes, I'm kind of going to sound a little bit like Councilman Grayup, which is kind of scary, but when we talk about pulling services from the community, where people are raising their children and becoming part of the society and learning how to be integral to the community, and then we pull away the very types of programming and services that are in the community, that with the mental health services dollars that we spend out of the community development department, the funding that we provide to homeless people, to Center for Prevention of Abuse and those kinds of things. Not that that specific funding would be pulled, but my point is that in the last 2 weeks, I'm looking at this differently. That we need to, it goes back to something that I've heard Councilman Gray have talked about, and that's quality of life in our neighborhoods. And I like hearing that we can wait a little while longer, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that. But I encourage you to go and look at this report and listen to what was being said at the last 2 rallies. You can't get away from seeing information on TV, the different rallies in the different communities. And we have to make sure that we are not tone deaf because we are so caught up in, okay, we know we have to do something with our budget, and I agree. Can we do something that doesn't, we're not cutting off our nose to spite our face? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Who is next here? I had Councilman Kelly next, then Jensen, then Rodriguez.
Mr. Mayor, my request to speak was prior to the motion.
Okay.
I could talk if you want, but that was, I'd just soon wait until after the motion.
I'll put you right behind Councilman Sear because he was in the same boat. So I had Councilmember Jensen next, and then Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, I don't think I've received that report that Councilwoman Moore is referring to. Did it come late this afternoon? I just double-checked my email. So if you're out there, Chief Marion, if you can make sure we all receive a copy of that report.
Everyone was emailed that report, and it is on the web. So it is out under the council meeting info. It's all listed out there so the public can see that report as well.
Did it come from you?
It was emailed from me.
Okay, I was searching Chief Marion, so I will look again. Thank you. I guess I'm of the camp that I think I'm not in favor of doing this by piecemeal. I think we need more information on particularly the VSI and the ERI. We haven't been given any estimated numbers or cost savings, and I think those are important components when we determine how many positions may need to be eliminated. So I don't support this motion. I also would just like to reiterate that I hope we continue to look. I see in one of the report backs that you did meet Mr. City Manager with the garbage contract company, but I think we also should be looking at some of the other big businesses that we have big contracts with and vendors to see about possibilities of reducing the amounts charged and the amounts that we pay.
There's still a whole host of things
Okay.
that we're going to talk about
Okay.
tonight besides
Okay.
the one that's on the table.
So I won't go into all the other details. I'll discuss that or bring it up at later time, since we're just voting right now on the motion to implement phase 1 with the modification of the number of officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ruckriegel, and then Ali.
Thank you, Mayor. Going over the slide deck earlier, and I was going through it on my iPhone again, and as you were talking, and this will actually be for an ask in a report back that I'll send you later, but it goes to the point here that I've got in my mind, and call me a math geek, but if we're looking at $5.1 million the city is off right now, and let's just use a blended rate of 12% from a tax base. I think it's probably lower than that, but let's use 12%. That means out of our local economy, we've got about $42.1 million that evaporated in that time frame. Those are real dollars to real businesses which employ real people who, if they have to constrict, end up having to cut. And so all of that needs to come into play whenever we are looking at the proposal in front of us tonight. I'm not for cutting police. I am not for losing public safety. And we left 18 positions open. We know tonight we saw a presentation that should have us all thinking about how to build a more equitable city and a staff that serves the city and that looks more like the city that we have. And we can't have it both ways, saying, well, let's not fill vacancies, let's cut vacancies, but let's look reflective like the community that we're supposed to serve. Those two don't really match up. My question is, too, that since we balanced the budget on the vacancies and they were planned in, how much money are we really going to save by cutting out those vacancies? Are we just making them permanent? Because if we're just making them permanent and they're not saving any dollars, well, that's like stab it into the wind. That's easy. There's no, but if we're talking about real dollars, I'd like to know, and this can be another report back, what those vacancies actually account for, when those were dollars going to come in, because they're not, if they're truly vacant, then they're not costing us anything. So I don't know that this is a really hard decision for those that may decide that they're not important, but it was also said that there are people in those positions. They're not just numbers, and that is very true. Not all positions are created equal. When there's a problem at a constituent's house and they need a police officer or they need a fire department person to show up, they need a specific person to show up to be able to solve a problem. Just having a body, just having a number doesn't make the same step possible. And while I hope that the feds come in and save us. Fortunately, we're not the only community. So I think that they're going to have a lot of requests. I think every community is going to be requesting dollars from them in some capacity. And that's going to be a really big bill because they don't have a room full of cash where they've been saving all of our tax dollars and not spending them so that they could give it to us in this case. They're going to have a lot of requests, and I hope that some of that comes back. What I find interesting, though, is at the same time, and let's go along with my fellow council members who think that may happen. So we're going to wait for part of our departments until we get that answer. We are willing to throw community development and public works. So we don't want our sidewalks fixed and our streets repairs fixed. We don't want the snow, and we don't want to make sure that when we sat here for about an hour and a half talking about the height of grass, that really matters, because where we put our dollars matters. Those are also some of the front lines of our city. And I'm really glad that, we're all not sitting in a boat waiting for a rescue boat to save us, if that's the mentality, because which of us would we toss off first when we know the boat may be coming? Doesn't make any sense. If we're going to wait, let's have the conversation all at one time. Let's not throw some people overboard before we actually get the information. If that's the avenue we're going to go down. Should we have made this decision a long time ago? I probably think so. I mean, businesses have. We should have made a lot of decisions a long time ago. It's nobody else's fault but our own that we don't have the reserves built up over the years we did. If we had those, we wouldn't be in this situation. We can't go back and do that. But we should learn one thing by that, is we need to act quickly and make the right decisions appropriately. Now, if we're going to wait, let's wait. But I, for one, can't vote for throwing 3 areas of employees and saying that they don't provide a vital service. If we're going to look at where we have some cuts to be made, they ought to be where we have duplication. And I don't know where that is right now. And especially after hearing the speech that we heard up here and the wonderful presentation that has, I've got a list of questions and things that I want to go into about that. I don't think that we arbitrarily just cut positions just to cut positions without knowing what that means, with our goal to be able to be a reflective city representing our full community. So for me tonight, this is a no-brainer because this is voting on nothing. Because it is kind of smoke and mirrors. It's funny math. And for people who say, well, Steve, you don't do budgets, I do budgets all the time. It's my livelihood. And I get calls from constituents from the 1st District, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, and the community development people, the public works people are important as well. The police department is important. The fire department is important. And when that first snowfall comes and the streets don't get plowed, let's remember that as well. It's the decisions we make tonight, the decisions we'll make over the next couple of weeks that will form where this city goes. And I'm not going to piecemeal that decision.
Everybody's important. Don't raise taxes. I mean, that's kind of where we are. I don't want to get into a personal debate, Councilman, but we're talking out of both sides. On one hand, it's we should have made decisions a long time ago, but we're not ready to make decisions, so we'll kick the can down the road. All we're trying to do is move the ball forward. If we give the manager direction tonight, and he's able to go back and negotiate whatever he's able to negotiate, something comes down the road by a prayer from the feds, which is probably what it will be, then we can do this. We lost all the money that's been lost in revenue to this community to this day, and it's not over yet because we still have through the rest of June, probably July. It's never coming back. You know that. You're in hospitality. It's never coming back. There's nothing we can do to replace that money. And it created a $35 to $50 million hole that has to be filled in. This isn't every one of our employees is valuable to this organization. We've never been as lean as we are right now. Come up with a motion. What's the plan? We're talking. We really are talking about both sides here.
I will agree to disagree because what we did is we pulled off a couple of departments, so we're not going to have the decision all at one time. The one thing that we all talked about, whether it be one-on-ones or as the group, is that we would have a full plan that would come forward so that we could see a full plan. This is not having a full plan. This is staging it out, and that's the way I see it. You and I may see it differently. That's okay. We can still be friends after this. But I don't think doing a half a plan is moving us anywhere. The past couple weeks haven't moved us anywhere because we're not seeing a full plan together.
This council has shown a historic problem with voting on a big plan, and I think that is proving itself out over the last 6 or 8 weeks that we haven't done anything. I have Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. Quick question for the city manager, and I thought you had answered this question previously, but how much savings is there in the, I think, 37 vacant positions?
Again, because we didn't fund the police positions, there's really about 22 vacant positions that would be actual dollar savings that we budgeted for. It's a little over $1.3 million.
Okay, and even if we brought it down from 10 to 8 police, would it
again
then about?
We didn't budget for those positions.
Oh, okay. So the savings in those.
There is no savings because those positions, we're managing the attrition of the department, of people leaving the organization, of people retiring in the police department in order for those 15 slots that we have in the police department.
Okay, so
Outside of
those
those
don't count.
15,
Yes.
we did budget for it. That's the $1.3 million that we're talking about.
Okay, so cutting those vacant positions outside of police would save us $1.3 million, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there is real savings.
Correct.
In terms of cutting those vacant positions. So I just want to lay my cards on the table so that it's clear where I stand right now, because while I can't support the existing motion as it stands, I know that we have to make some adjustments to our budget. And I would grudgingly support a phase one that includes the vacant positions with that change from police from 10 to 8, plus those vacant workers that have not yet even been hired. What I can't support is cutting any positions that are currently occupied. And the existing motion includes those positions, several positions that are currently occupied. So even with that, I would want to wait until we have the ERI and VSI information, because I think it makes things more clear on where we stand. But Mayor, I hope that you would see that as making some concessions in light of our current crisis. I don't feel comfortable cutting any positions that are occupied by anybody right now. We're in a crisis situation with COVID-19, with race relations. Now's not the time, and I think that we're going to get some relief at some point. So that's just where I stand, and I just wanted to put it out there. Thank you.
I have Councilman Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, Mr. Manager, we have, in this motion, we have, we're going to cut budgeted positions, but are there any people in those positions right now?
Yes, you would be reducing 18 positions in Public Works, Community Development, and City Hall that include existing personnel in those 18 positions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Councilman Graham next.
You will have plenty of time to make very unpleasant cuts. As for the comment that previous consuls have been part of 10 of them, wanted not to have a reserve. That is, well, I won't use the term, I'll just say balderdash. Really? The post-Great Recession counselors did not want healthy reserves? There are a lot of things we do, folks, that no private sector entity would touch. Like helping the underserved, the less privileged, and doing things that make no sense in Adam Smith's world. My friends, there's one thing that you all overlook. Well, not all of you. But looking into hearts. That's the most important thing here. It's the heart of the people of Peoria. And I have seen them respond with greatness to great challenges. If you go back long enough, this is one of the oldest cities in the United States. We have faced it all. Nobody thought we would ever increase the educational tax rate for our public schools, but we did it. How in the world did that happen? It didn't happen because of the kind of thinking that's occurring in this room tonight. How in the world did we get the public by a 72% margin to approve more money for our libraries? Councilor Ruckriegel, you don't have to answer. Since you love the libraries, as we all do. How did we do that? 72% of our people. Manager, this is something you need to understand about Peorians. I've lived here all my life. If you tell them what they need to do, and they know that it's no BS, they will do what is right every single time. We had the Bellwood nursing home that was collapsing, that served the needs of so many of our seniors. What did the public agree to do? Build a Headington Oaks. And now that's about to be gone. But don't let me wander into county government, because then I'll get really excited. And then I remember I was the liaison to the Civic Center. We weren't getting conventions here in Peoria. We needed to expand it. We needed to do a $65 million expansion that dwarfed the amount of money we spent on the original structure. Guess what we did? We went out and sold it in public meetings, the need for it. If, after all is said and done, we have a hole that is unpalatable for all 11 of us to swallow, we need to level with our public and say, will you contribute more to prevent these cuts? That's when we do it. Timing is everything. The timing is wrong tonight, but the time is coming. There is a term that's used in the military quite often, and I like it. Sometimes the best thing to do is to stand down. Thank you, Mayor Artis.
Councilmember Euler was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My basic synopsis of what I've listened to from those that oppose this motion tonight are the same things that I listened to those that oppose doing anything 2 to 3 months ago. Give it a couple more weeks. Wait until somebody comes in and gives us some more money to fix the problem from the federal and state government. Let's wait until we have a whole picture in front of us. Let's ask some more questions. Let's get some more answers. We've done those things for almost 3 months now. Enough is enough, and it's time to do our job and take some action. We cannot continue to sit here and wait until we run out of money and then start looking at each other and try and figure out what we're going to do about it. We got elected to get in front of things. We got elected to make decisions, and it's time to do our jobs. It's time to take action. The councils of the past, the citizens of the past that have voted and supported tax increases, well, the citizens that we currently have just got levied with a parcel pension fee this last year. They got levied with a stormwater fee before that. They've got increases in taxes from the school board and the library. And we continue to dump more money on them while we watch our population decline. Enough is enough. I will not levy more taxes on the citizens of this community. It's time to do something about the problems in front of us, and giving it 2 weeks or 3 months isn't going to do that, but wait on this situation to get worse. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes with 6 ayes, 5 noes. Voting yes, Mayor Ardis, council members Sear, Kelly, Montalongo, Euler, and Regenbach. Voting no, council members Ali, Graham, Jensen, Moore, and Ruckriegel. I had Councilman Sear first from last conversation, and then Councilman Kelly.
Our city manager, page 6 of your presentation. I'm looking at the capital improvement, total capital expenses on this, not this one, okay. The item 20-125 in the packet.
Okay.
So page 6. Okay, I just want to have understand your reasoning. 2021, 2022, and 2023. It shows capital expenses 24 million, 31 million, and 29 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
So my question is what you're thinking when in 2021 we're showing on page 6 a deficit of $11 million, in 2022 a deficit of $7 million, and in 23 a deficit of $5 million. What's your thinking? Why are we not cutting some of these capital expenses then just to balance those budgets?
Well, because quite frankly, we've been focused on 20 and 21. The 22 and 23 numbers are really just estimates into the out years based on the capital needs and the projects that we have. But it's not as fine-tuned as what we're trying to do with focusing on the 20 and 21 budgets.
So fourth thing I've not heard tonight in presentation so far, I mean, I've heard about the cash. How many months we have left if we spend $1 million, $1.5 million per month?
Well, I will say that I'm anticipating that next month that number is going to be higher than $1 million, that we'll be spending more than $1 million a month as we go forward. Maybe I could ask Director Scroggins if he could come to the microphone and just talk about that based upon what he's seeing from the cash perspective.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Just want to double check. In the month of June, we will anticipate receiving our first installment on our bond. So I'm trying to put this together in my head. So we have an interest payment due July 1st that will be made June 30th that will cause us to use fund balance or use existing revenues at this point. Nearly about, I think it's around $6 million is our interest payment, as well as we did receive our March numbers for sales tax. I have not yet received the June income tax numbers, so I'm not sure exactly where those will be. But based on our projections, I anticipate we're going to be close to a $4 million draw in cash.
So when are we running out?
I think my original anticipated was October, November, where we'd start seeing our cash diminished to where we probably would need to be ready to issue a working cash bond. With the increase in revenues, that may get us closer to December.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Scroggins. Back to Mr. City Manager. I've not heard anything about PDC for many days now. Where are we with that?
We have had a conversation with Peoria Disposal Company. We're exploring a couple of options within the contract that would be mutually agreeable for a contract adjustment. We're also reaching out to Waste Management as part of one of the major expenses we have are disposal costs as well. So we're looking at both sides of not only the collection but the disposal side of that contract. So we should have more information in a couple of weeks for you.
Okay. Same question about are we having conversation with the county for possible mergers in some services and some cost savings?
I've had some initial conversations with the county administrator just about where we may be able to partner together. One area in specifics, because of where they don't have the planning and zoning resources right now that they used to have, is that we're looking at providing commercial plan review for any commercial development that they may have. It'll be an intergovernmental agreement that will work with them to do that. So that's one area that we're having a conversation. We would get paid for that work, so that's something that we would look at with that.
What about snow removal?
Snow removal, they've got a lot more miles than we do to have to cover, and I think that we actually have more staff that are out there that would be working at any given time. So it may be a little difficult, although there may be areas where we can certainly share routes, and that's a discussion that we can have with them as well.
I understand that the township has some equipment too, correct?
Yeah, I do think that for example, Medina Township does have some snow removal equipment that they utilize in the residential areas of Medina Township. And, certainly I think we can have a conversation with them as well.
Last question, Mr. Manager. Obviously, we've heard a lot of concerns tonight. Seems to me like nobody wants to raise property taxes, but we have not talked about the 20, even with the cuts we're talking about right now, we're still, the $20 million is out there still to issue bonds. Let's talk about that $20 million. If our friends from the state or the Fed comes in, and then I know that's a total guessing game on your part, do you think we could get $20 million from the Fed or the state, or a combination of both?
I think that depending on the numbers that ultimately get kicked around at the federal level, the initial proposal from the HEROES Act was significant in terms of dollars coming back to the city. The SMART Act, as proposed, had a couple of different ways that they were going to slice that money up and distribute it to states or to local governments through the states. And I think that the analysis that I looked at on just trying to guess based upon where we were, based upon the way that the law was written up, it would be a sizable amount of money coming back to Peoria from the federal government. The problem is there's no guarantee Congress is going to take that up. I mean, they're talking about it. I think that the jobs report that came out probably dampened some enthusiasm to move forward with any kind of stimulus for some people. So I think that's a question that's out there. At the state level, my concern about any money that comes through the federal government to the states is that if it's like the coronavirus relief funds that were part of the CARES Act, if it has to go through the state and the state legislature has to take those dollars, they're going to slice it up and we're not going to see the full amount. Originally, the local distribution amount was supposed to be $800 million. The amount now is only $250 million. So, I think that's a concern that we have to look at is that we may not see all of that money, even if it says that it's supposed to be coming back for local governments.
You to it, but I didn't hear a number. I mean, you're very experienced. Like I said, I'm just asking for a guess. I mean, what you had to, we're not going to hold to it, but I'm just trying to educate myself there. How much money we're talking about?
Just being around this for as long as I have, I would be highly, I would be incredibly surprised if we got more than $20 million from the federal government. And I think through the state, even with the reimbursement for coronavirus relief funding, I'm not sure we're going to see the full amount that we should be trying to avail ourselves of. I would be very surprised. But I hope I'm proven wrong. But we'll see.
Okay. Any of my colleagues or anybody in this room given any ideas beside raising property taxes, how we would fund this $20 million?
In terms of the working cash bond, I think that we have I think the report back that you had asked for is in here is one of the budget report backs that we had on one way that we could look at holding off on the stormwater utility fees increase. That's really it, other than we don't have revenue sources that we can dedicate to because they're all dedicated right now to something else. So that's the challenge with it.
Okay. Just to make sure people understand my position on that, and the mayor called it, what did he call it?
Bait and switch.
Bait and switch the other day. No, it would have to be, we need some more discussion, but it would have to be a hybrid solution where obviously some of the taxpayer that would be able to deduct that amount of money, whatever that amount of money from their property taxes, but also the non-for-profit that do not pay property taxes would have to be part of this conversation so that everybody can help out with this $2 million a year payment for a $20 million bond if we ever go that direction. So, and to answer your concern on the response also, Mr. Manager, was my idea would be if we take a 20-year bond, we would have to freeze the stormwater utility for 20 years. So just want to throw that out there to everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. I had Councilman Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, a couple items. First of all, in response to one of Mr. Sears, Councilman Sears' questions, are all of our sales taxes dedicated in terms of repayment of bonds or other things?
Well, right now, all of our sales taxes would be used for paying for the existing operations within the general fund, unless we have dedicated and specifically pledged them as part of borrowing at a prior borrowing.
Unless we decide we're going to dedicate it to a particular thing like a bond repayment, right?
There are, under Illinois law, we can have a number of different property tax levies that can be set for specific purposes. So,
Do that with sales tax.
no. You can pledge the sales tax. We collect the sales tax in our general fund, and we pledge a portion of that, and then that money is taken out of the general fund, and we use it to pay the bonds, okay? And this year, in this budget year, in the general fund, I want you to turn in your budget information that was presented on, let's see if I can find the general fund budget. The general fund summary on page 11 in the financial tables that was part of the packet of materials. So it would be page 11. Yes, the last page has the general fund summary. Okay. In the 2019 revised budget, we transferred out $8.6 million out of the general fund, was being transferred out to cover other costs. And then in 2020, that number, because of the way that our budget was adopted, that number dropped down to $4.6 million. It then jumps up in 2021 to 15.5, and then it gets even higher than that because in the out years now we don't have the public safety pension fee, so you have to put more towards public safety pensions. So we can have a number of different specific property tax levies for specific purposes. Over the years, prior councils, and this goes back probably to, I think, when Mayor Ransburg was.
What I'm asking about is sales tax.
You can dedicate a portion of the sales tax, but you've got to have something that you can pay it with. You got to make sure that you have other resources. And right now, all of our sales taxes, if we're not specifically pledged to a debt service account, are being used to pay for the salaries of our existing employees.
That was the question I was asking, Mr. Manager, which means if we cut another $2 million out of operations, we don't have to have a real estate tax increase.
You are 100% correct.
All right, thank you. Another question that I have is that, could you explain, I don't exactly understand the timing differential on phase 1 and phase 2, August and October. Is there a reason for that, or is it just workflow, or?
The reason, quite frankly, is because the council hasn't been able to make a decision about what to do with public safety. So in that instance, we just deferred it until October so that we could start to move and make some progress.
And finally, is Chief Artis on the line?
Yes, sir.
Chief, first of all, my compliments to you and your department during our recent disturbances. I thought the department was magnificent in its response. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question for you, which I perhaps should have asked before the meeting. I would like to see, I've gotten, and I think everyone around the horseshoe, or the double horseshoe, whatever we have here today, has gotten many calls, many emails, many messages from constituents talking about this firehouse closing, that firehouse closing, and whatnot. And I haven't responded to all of them. Most of what I've said to people who've called or people, is, look, we gave the chief, or the manager gave the chief a cut. It is the chief's job to figure out how best to put that together. The chief knows how to run the fire department. I don't. So I'm going to take the chief's word for it. But these things keep coming, and it would be nice. It would be nice if you gave us quite a slideshow, 128 slides or something like that. But it would be nice to see, okay, what is the rationale for the closure of these specific firehouses? How is response time before and after with these closings, etc.? I don't, as you and I have spoken before, I don't need to become an expert in how to run the fire department, but you are, and I think that that information would be helpful to us, just to say, here's why I recommended this house this firehouse be closed, or this company moved over here. And perhaps you have, and I've missed it. Have I missed it previously?
No, Councilman. When we were tasked with making these cuts, each department head, when I submitted that, I did include the reasoning behind it, but it was quite lengthy, which I think was probably the reason that it was kind of edited somewhat when it was given to you. I would be more than happy to provide the council with a Reader's Digest version, explaining exactly why we chose the machines we chose. And if you give me a second, I do apologize for the length of the report back. Unfortunately, with the way they were worded, we knew they were going to be quite lengthy. But I do apologize for the 128 pages. All of the emails that I've received with regards to the machines we've chosen, I did include the reasoning behind it. However, I know that I've only gotten a handful compared to the emails that you all have received. So I'd be more than happy to write something up and send it to all of you. That way you could have that information.
I thank you very much for that. And if I may refine that just a little bit, I believe that machines, as far as the public is concerned, are not as important as operating manned firehouses. I think that's what most of our constituents have complained about. So the machine info is great. If you could also go to the firehouses, that's where we're getting most of our mail.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Grab.
I'm not going to try to put words in Chief Artis' mouth, but he is not recommending that we cut funding for any of the firehouses. It's called, I'm just following orders. That's what it is. And I hear some of you asking the manager for him to give you some projections about how much money we'll have coming in here. He's not Greta Alexander. He's not a psychic. And neither am I. He doesn't know, but I'll tell you what we do know. And the mayor knows it. There are going to be a hell of a lot of cities in this country. They're going to lose a lot of employees just like us. We have an election coming the first Tuesday in November. What do you think that's going to do to the unemployment rate going into November? So let's talk about the HEROES Act. We think that is not going to be passed. Really? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I think it will. It may not be exactly what they want in the House of Representatives, but there are a lot of vulnerable senators in the red states who do not want to be taken out. Think about it. Think what's going to happen to the unemployment rate in this country. It's starting to come down if we have hundreds of thousands of city workers put out the door. Thanks to butchers. Folks, the money that would come to this community, never ever forget this, comes from our taxpayers. The people of Peoria pay federal taxes. You have once in a 102-year emergency called a pandemic. And how we handle this will make a difference. We will either be a pandemic governor or we'll be a governor who manages wisely the pandemic and does not make hasty decisions. I heard the city manager say, the council's not making decisions. Manager, we are making decisions. They're just not what you want us to make. What you tried to stampede us into making some months ago. You are not going to stampede me. You will not take my city down the same road it went after the Great Recession. District 2 is just beginning to come out of the mud. And this isn't the Great Recession. There are some indications from the National Bureau of Economic Research that we're already in a recovery. So nobody knows for sure, but waiting a little bit longer, as the Bible says, all in the fullness of time. All in the fullness of time. Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few questions. First, Chief Artis, if you're there, I'll direct the first ones I have to you. I'm wondering, under this proposal, can you explain what, although we've talked about the impact on response times, can you just briefly talk about the impact on services? Are there other services that the city will no longer be able to provide if we go through with these proposed cuts?
Councilwoman, when we submitted the mandate that we were given to the city manager, some of the things that we mentioned were that it was going to be very difficult to continue to respond to Code 2 calls. It was going to be very difficult to assist AMT in transport. And lastly, our specialty teams would be virtually impossible to maintain just because unless we did it with overtime, which obviously isn't a wonderful option for the city. So those were some of the other things that we mentioned, as well as no longer taking part in MABUS, which is the mutual aid box alarm system that we've been a part in for many years, where we assist outside agencies when they're in need of help.
What are the specialty teams? What do they do?
So we have 3 specialty teams. One is our hazmat, hazardous materials team. We are the largest downstate hazmat team. Our dive team, our underwater rescue team, we're the only one in the area that provides that service. We're called quite frequently by law enforcement agencies throughout this area to help assist them with diving for missing people or firearms that may have been discarded in water. And then as well as our technical rescue team. They're specialize in confined space, high-angle rescue, and collapse.
And what was that last one?
It was our technical rescue team. They do the high-angle rescue, the trench rescue, and confined space rescue.
Okay, so then those would just be eliminated?
That was what we recommended if the cuts take place. Yes, it would just be, again, for safety purposes of our members and for maintaining our skills, it would be virtually impossible to maintain all of those things.
Okay, and so my understanding then that the fire department would no longer assist AMT, is that correct?
It would be very difficult, and that's unfortunate because we really enjoy that part of our EMS. But each time we do that, that machine is out of service, not only during the incident itself, but then we go down to the hospital. The remaining crew, one crew or 2 members, depending on how many ride in, they go down to the hospital and pick up their crew member. So. It's just going to make it difficult.
Now, along the lines of where Councilman Kelly complimented you and the department for doing such a great job during this last week of unrest, and the arson fires that were set during the evenings last week. My question is whether if that were to continue or things like that to happen again, how would the fire department handle that with these cuts?
It would be, we would have a longer response time, and one of the things that it's kind of a double-edged sword because when you have longer response time, when you're talking about structure fires that double in size every 90 seconds, the downside of not only the longer response time, but that means the fire grows, which means our apparatus are going to need to stay on the scene longer. One of the benefits of confining the fire to the room of origin is it not only minimizes damage and gives people who may be trapped the best chance of survival, but it also allows our companies to clear sooner because there's not that as much fire. So it's one of those things that it's not only the longer response time, but it's the amount of time the members have to spend on the scene. And again, that's just with fires. And one thing I want to point out, if I may, is we got a lot of publicity for what took place last weekend. I have to say this, that we've never pointed to things like that, or you've never heard us say, well, because of 9/11, we should have people. We don't do that because we do these things literally all the time. We just don't get the publicity that we got for that weekend. We actually had more calls the weekend prior to that weekend than we did the weekend of the unrest. It's just you don't hear about it because we don't get any coverage. And I'm not complaining, and I'm not saying it's a pity party. I just don't want people to think that, wow, they were busy that weekend. That's not the case.
You're saying you're busy all the time, as busy as that those 2 nights?
Or busier. It's just because of the totality of the events, we received coverage.
Okay, thank you. The other questions I have are related to VSI. I guess my question to the city manager, because of the timing, I know that if we approve the VCI according to your memo, it would take effect in August. But how does that coincide with your plan if we're to lay off or reduce positions by August 1st, we won't know how many people are taking the VSI, correct?
The window that we had put out in the VSI window included through August 22nd. So we would have probably had a window of time that we would have known some of that. I think that the VSI is an alternative to layoffs. I mean, that's the one thing that the VSI provides, is an alternative to somebody who may be slated for a layoff, taking that opportunity. As you know, within the report backs, we also did include information in here about the ERI, which came from IMRF, so that was included in there as well. But it's a significantly more costly program to offer the early retirement window, and that's a 12-month window of time that you'd have to offer that, so any of the eligible employees would be able to take that.
But so my question is, how do you determine the numbers needed to reduce if you don't know yet the numbers of those who will exercise VSI?
In some of it, the VSI, we were anticipating most of those to be coming from the ranks of police and fire. And that's so if you open up that window and we're not really slated for October 1, that's where we're looking at where those positions would come from. And predominantly police. I think there's a handful of firefighters that we're thinking might take it.
So your thinking is that we will know those numbers before you have to issue layoffs for most of those positions?
I'm saying that it's going to depend on the timing of when, if we come back in 2 weeks and council opens that window up, some people may avail themselves of that if they want to. Others, though, what we're talking about is the 18 positions where we have 18 people that are currently employed. If we're talking about opening up the VSI window and you're opening it up for police and fire, that's a different story, because now we haven't discussed police and fire yet and making any adjustments there.
Remind me, how long of a period of time do employees have to accept or take the VSI?
I think it's 45 days. 45 days.
Okay. So I guess I would like to see us, whatever final decision we make, that we condition possibly the number of reductions on the number of employees that actually take the VSI, so that we can, so our motion could be to reduce X amount of positions unless, I don't know how you would word it, but I would like that to be conditioned. I think it makes sense, conditioned upon the number of people that take VSI, because we could lower the amount, we could reduce the amount of people we're laying off if a higher number take VSI, correct?
Correct. Theoretically, yeah.
So I think that's important for the council to consider as we move forward, that, because otherwise if we don't condition our motion on that, we'll just eliminate those positions and then we'll have other positions opened up from VSI. So we could condition our motion, I think we should, to not issue layoff notices until we know those numbers, or it seems that should have some connection in my mind, if that makes sense. I think that's all I have at this point.
Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. City Manager, you breezed through it very quickly. I'd asked for a report back on the 10% cut in salary. Wanted to kind of see what that would look like. You had mentioned in a previous meeting that 5% was, I think, on the table as well for management and non-union personnel. I'm just kind of looking
That's
back
correct.
at this
It's $400,000 is a 5% reduction in salary, so it'd be about $800,000 if the direction, if council wanted to direct us to cut 10%.
Okay. And I guess my other question was, or request back was for, because I think it's something that we should be voting on, and as we're making these motions as we did earlier. And I know overtime's being used a lot right now, but that's the exception. I believe I think that number's like somewhere between $4 or $5 million in overtime every year in the budget.
It is. It's $4 to $5 million. One thing on police and fire overtime is that that's non-pensionable. It is pensionable for other employees. The one thing with the benefit load that we have for police officers and firefighters, the use of overtime can actually be cheaper than having additional staff on board, simply because you've got right now about a 70% benefit load for the police and fire for their pension costs, and then you have the additional health care costs that go on top of that as well. So it's very pricey.
Yeah, so I was looking back for some kind of, to me it just seems like one that we need to be able to manage better, and being able to give you some leeway on that, but I think that's an extraordinary amount that needs to be managed a little bit more closely. That's why I was looking forward to some kind of policy that the city council can pass that and gives you some leeway, whether we're talking 10% right now, and if you need more, then come back to the council and ask for as a budget amendment. But I think that's something that we should be discussing here right now. If we just take a look at the amount of overtime that's just, to me, it's just kind of like, it's part of the budget, it's going to be spent every year. I think if we're not trying to manage it, it will never be managed. So bring us back something in a policy form that we can give you the leeway to do your job, but at the same time that we're taking some control of the overtime as well.
We'll give you something next week.
Okay, thank you.
I think that'd be good information to have. Keep in mind, one of the decisions that we made a couple years ago to help us reduce overtime was when we did a brownout on some fire vehicles, just to try to help keep the overtime budget in line. So, good opportunities for feedback. I'm not seeing any more lights, so if that means we're good for tonight, we could receive and file to this point with more information to follow, unless Councilman Sear makes that motion, seconded by Councilman Kelly. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes with 10 ayes, 1 no. Councilman Graham, Madam Clerk.
If there's no further unfinished business,
Do we have any unfinished business that we haven't addressed? Unfinished? Okay. Madam Clerk.
we would be at new business.
New business to come before the council tonight. New business, Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to pass on some info. As some of you know, I've spent a lot of my free time or whatever as a Boy Scout and a Boy Scout leader, etc. I got a request to write congratulatory letters to 5 new Eagle Scouts, 5, at St. Paul's Baptist Church at the corner of Forest Hill and Knoxville. It's a wonderful troop, and I'm terribly prejudiced. I do feel that scouting is the very best thing that young men or older boys can become engaged in. And I was so proud to write these letters, but it's so interesting. 5 of these young men have achieved the Eagle Scout rank. So I'd just like to let folks know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought Councilman Kelly was going in a different direction, and I would like to propose that those 5, because that is a significant achievement, that if it it's something that it's possible for us to provide a proclamation to each of those 5 gentlemen who are becoming Eagle Scouts, because that is a major accomplishment. And I think we need to support our young people when they're doing these kinds of things. Thank you.
One of the things typically that the scout, I think they're still called scoutmasters, troop leaders, whatever, typically they'll let us know when they have a group of young folks that are going to be getting their Eagle Scout Award, and so they get a letter from the city. There's, I'd say probably, I don't know, less than 10 a year, maybe, on average. So we do send them when we're notified, we send them a letter. But
we got that letter.
Yeah, that's right.
I got it. Yeah.
And,
so
but
I don't
in
know if it
terms
was...
of a proclamation, if any council members want to get me names from any of the troops that they're have involvement with, we're glad to do a proclamation too. Absolutely. New business, Councilman Grab.
Point of order. We had a motion that was passed. I believe the person who made the motion was Councilman Euler, and it passed. Does not that require a 2/3 vote of the body because we are amending the budget? Counselor, our corporation counsel.
Thank you, Council. That's a very good question. I had actually responded to a question from Councilwoman Ali on this, I think a week or two ago. And as I described in the statutes, and I apologize, I don't have those at my fingertips, but in general, a reduction in the budget did not require a 2/3 amendment, but if you were going over a line item, then it would be a budget amendment that would require the 2/3.
Can you be sure to give us the literature on that you have? Because I suspect this won't be the first discussion we'll be having. And also in new business, we're taking a look at tobacco licensing and how we might be able to take a look at what responsibilities a business has when it is a purveyor of tobacco, and whether or not they may come under a plan of operation just as if they were purveyors of alcohol. I would like that information well before the Thursday before the council. I believe that's coming up on the 23rd. I will just say this. I think anything of import needs to come to the council, especially the kind of things we've been voting on tonight, more than just a few days in advance. Council, we're only meeting every 2 weeks. I remember when we had a city management that had to churn things out every week. Seriously, I'm tired of getting these things at the last minute. Oh, Corporation Council, not directed at you. But in general, we deserve to have important items to us more than the Thursday before the Tuesday, especially when we're talking about huge changes in public service that will affect every man, woman, and child in this city. And when we're talking about doing something about chronic aggravated nuisance businesses that are tearing the guts out of our city, tearing the guts out of my district, and maybe some more districts. So when can you have that for us?
Councilman, we were doing some research into one of the businesses in particular that you had asked about. We had the police department pull all the violations that had been issued to that establishment. I'll be happy to forward that information in particular to you tomorrow. A draft of the ordinance we can certainly provide to you at least the Thursday before the next council.
Thank you, Councilor Peterson. One other thing. It is anticipated to be on the docket for our review on the 23rd of June, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other new business this evening? New business? I'll just make a quick one. And over the last 3 months that we've been meeting a lot virtually, Paul Peterson here and his partner Isaiah from our IT department we're busy here and elsewhere trying to coordinate all of us and make sure we're all in the same virtual space, coordinating that with George Bean in the control room. And I just want to make sure those folks know how much we appreciated the help in getting that information out. Our citizens have not by any means lost their enthusiasm to follow what's happening here, and it's just on behalf of the council, we want to thank you all for the help coordinating that. Yeah, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we would be at citizens' opportunity to address the city council.
Madam Clerk, before you go, so we do have, in addition to a name for the record, we do have a 5-minute speaking limit and nothing personal, but last time we had the smaller version of War and Peace. So I am going to abide by the council rules and use a timer on these. So chances are we won't need it, but just because. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I received 7 comments today before the noon deadline, and anything that came in after that, I went ahead and forwarded it to the city council so they would have it. So the first one is from Amy Deshpande, and she says, I've been a resident of Peoria County since 2003. I'm emailing regarding the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and countless other black and brown folks in Peoria and across the nation, and the city's budget cuts. I am asking that the Peoria City Council make a more overt and visible commitment to racial justice. I urge City Council towards an ethical and equal reallocation of city's expenditures away from the police force and instead towards the communities that are unequally affected. Disparities in education, healthcare, the job force, mental health, and substance use. Research shows that a living wage, access to holistic health services and treatment, educational opportunities, and stable housing are far more successful at reducing crime than police or prisons. As such, I demand more aggressive financial support to be directed to those areas. Do not forget our poor communities and communities of color who are disproportionate targets of police violence. Justice will only be served when the police are reformed, and this will not be possible until we defund them. The next one is Nikisha Paul. I call on you today to take the time to reflect on our country and community and take actions that will make our city a better place for our black brothers and sisters to live in. There is no doubt the police have an inherent bias against black people. They are over-policed and disproportionately targeted. If that is not a fact you can accept, you are not aware of the world we live in, and this is a shame. Black people have been oppressed in our country for over 400 years. Recently, the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor spark a movement in this country that will no longer be ignored. We see so many corrupt cops that lie about reports, plant evidence, and blatantly ignore protocol by resorting to brutality but are never charged. It is not a few bad apples, it is a corrupt system. But what can we do to fix this? I realize it sounds radical, but the solution is not police reform, it is defunding, reinvesting. Many cities have tried police reform strategy, bias training, banning chokehold, de-escalation training. Take Minneapolis, for example. They were one of the first PDs to implement novel reform ideas such as bias training, but George Floyd is still dead. His daughter will never get to hug her father again. I imagine some of you may have children yourselves. Imagine if a cop decided to take your life solely based on your color of your skin and your child had to carry on without you. That is the reality for black Americans everywhere. Now, what do we mean by defund? This is not saying completely eradicate the police force and ask criminals nicely to refrain from crime. It is a slow process of taking funds from police that allows them to excessively militarize and over-police poor neighborhoods and invest that money in the community itself. It has been proven that taking money and putting it towards community centers, social workers, and mental health professionals that can respond to issues in the community actually reduces crime. Crime is not random. It is motivated by a lack of basic necessities most of the time. If you start addressing the root of crime, then you will see actual change. Similarly, riots, looting are not random. They are either aggravators taking advantage of a peaceful movement. 40% of Minnesota rioters, looters, were linked to white supremacy groups and just wanted to hurt small POC-owned businesses among the crowd of protesters. Black people getting sick of their pleas falling on deaf ears and not seeing any changes. This is why some target big chains like Walmart that have no problem recovering so they can get your attention. You actually address their issues and struggles, and they have no reason to riot. Rioters make up an extremely small percentage of people. Most all are peaceful protesters asking for change, so at least do not ignore them lest they feel like rioting is the only way you'll listen. This generation is done waiting for change. The next one is Kelvin Wright. 2 years ago, my family and I were having trouble with our landlord. I feel compelled to share my story. We called the City of Peoria Community Development Department Code Enforcement Section. We were nervous about reporting our landlord out of fear of retaliation. One of our friends had attended a neighborhood academy hosted at PCCEO and told us that the code enforcement supervisor and inspector were at the meeting, and they seemed like good people who would be able to help us. We called the city, and they reached out to our landlord to get our issues fixed and put us in contact with Prairie State Legal Services. The landlord was not happy. We contacted the city, but the supervisor and code spoke to him and made it clear that safe housing was a right for citizens, and he would be held accountable if he retaliated. He fixed all of our issues, and we were able to finish our lease at the property, and my daughter was able to finish the school year. We then found another house to rent in Peoria, and our new landlord has been fantastic. Please do not cut this department and function of that department. When we had no one to turn to, they helped us find a solution, and I felt like they were our advocate for making sure we had a safe place to live in Peoria. The staff was professional and incredibly responsive. The work they do is such a public safety as anything in the city of Peoria. The next one is Elise Hansen. I live in Lake of the Woods. I am writing to ask you to make the community of Peoria safer and more united by defunding our police department. I believe the 8 to Abolition campaign would be beneficial to our community. Here is an overview of the demands with specifics on how it pertains to our city. Defund the police, reject expansion to police budgets, reduce the power of police unions, require officers, not cities, to be liable for misconduct and violence settlements, and demand the highest budget cuts per year. 30 million or 23% of the current expenditure of the city's budget is allocated to public safety and corrections, whereas education is given only $200,000 or 0.2% of the budget. Defunding the police department would allow the city to utilize its budget in better ways. However, there is more work to be done to ensure the safety of our black and brown residents, as the history of racism and white supremacy in our system stems deeper than our police department. The rest of the 8 to Abolition demands touch on that. Demilitarize communities, end policing that targets black and brown communities, such as gang policing or repeat offender policing. The resident police program that has been implemented in areas like West Bluff can bring harm and potentially harm and imprison problem residents rather than give them resources they need to improve their situations. It further reduces the accountability of policing that we're already lacking a lot of. by funneling more money into drug rehab programs or mental health resources. Arrests can be avoided and people can live more productive lives. Crime is not random. The vast majority of a result of bad situations such as abuse, addiction, and poverty. Remove police from schools, end zero-tolerance policies that fuel the school to prison pipeline, and the use of suspensions and expulsions, and urge the state to repeal truancy laws. More police officers in school do not make them safer, and there is a strong link between schools with more students of color and heavy policing. There is a precedent of this in Minneapolis as well. Free people from jails and prisons, end pretrial detention, cut funding to prosecutor officers, end resource sharing with ICE, and close local jails. It is very widely known that African Americans and other people of color are incarcerated at higher rates than white Americans, most of them being charged with petty nonviolent crimes. With the pandemic at hand, this point is even more important. The incarcerated members of our community are in even greater danger. It is important to note that it is likely a vast majority of people in jails are not even going to be convicted of any crimes, but they have to endure being trapped in these virus hotspots simply because they can't afford bail, which puts people of color and poorer residents at a yet another disadvantage. Repeal laws that criminalize survival, end fines and fees associated with the criminal legal process, which work against giving justice to lower income communities, disproportionately black and brown. Repeal local ordinances criminalizing people in sex industry, drug trades, and street economy, and repeal statutes criminalizing homelessness and loitering. Invest in community self-governance, invest in community intervention programs, and replace our violent, ineffective policing system with better alternatives. We need to divert our city's funding and resources to alternatives that would reduce crime in the first place. A big part of this step is also focusing on making the political and policy-making process more accessible to the public so that we can have more power in deciding what happens in our city. Provide safe housing for everyone, repurpose empty buildings, houses, and apartments to house people experiencing homelessness, prohibit evictions and cancel rent without the burden of repayment during COVID-19, support and promote community land trusts for Black and historically displaced communities. Investing in care, not cops. Invest in free and more extensive public transportation, teachers, counselors, healthcare professionals, and food banks. As mentioned above, the city spends 150 times more on public safety and corrections than education. Okay.
Yeah, we were 20 seconds over.
Okay. The next one is from Tori Dalhoff, yes. I encourage the city manager and the council to reconsider the cuts to the community development department that will reduce the workforce. This cut will stymie the critical work of this department at a time when it is of increased significance to the future of our city. The work of this department at a time of crisis is all the more important if we wish to come out the other side of the economic downturn in a manner that positions our neighborhoods and our residents for success. With those cuts, critical momentum in the area of community development will be lost in the city. I know that in the short term, drastic measures are needed to respond to the impact on city revenue, but there must also be a long-term vision and plan for the city, and we must not be afraid to say that and stand by it. The Community Development Department must be in a position to push forward with a long-term planning for our city. At this time, there is more work to be done, not less. These are the people that can ensure that economic recovery translate to tangible outcomes in our neighborhoods, in both our residential areas and commercial corridors. We need to have sound long-term plans and the people necessary to carry out these plans. The health, safety, and prosperity of our residents and our economy depend on it. Thank you for your dedication to this work. I know it is not easy, especially under these extraordinary circumstances. Please consider the long-term impact and the amount of time it will take to regain momentum with the city's community development initiatives. The work of this department cannot be lost. I apologize I cannot recommend alternatives where these cuts could be transferred, but I would be lying if I suggested that I knew how or where to do that. If further explanation is desired as to why I believe community development is a critical service during a crisis, I would be honored to discuss it with any of you and continue to present my case with sincere respect. This next one is from Megan Wen. When I first started with the Community Development Department in 2018, I was the only other female person of color. Not only did I begin my journey with the city of Peoria as the only other woman minority, I was also the youngest member of the department. There were times when I felt alone, lost, and voiceless. These feelings were not a result of any traumatic experience from my fellow employees or management, but because I could not find representation from anyone remotely close to me on days I felt overwhelmed and helpless. Although these feelings were intimidating at first, they have inspired me to become my own champion. While I realize I don't play a significant role in policy reform, I can take on a bit of responsibility in advocating for diversity within our workforce. These feelings that I once feared are why I am compelled to speak out today. The Community Development Department has been directly affected by budgetary cuts resulting in reduced services and reduced staffing for as long as I've been employed. Each year, our department grows even smaller. While our leadership has done a tremendous job in continuing to strive for a more diverse and inclusive workplace, even in light of our limitations, I fear that all of our efforts will be at a loss. Since 2019, 7 employees who identify as either biracial or a person of color have been employed with our department. In addition to increasing diversity within our hiring process, our staff members have participated in diversity and inclusion trainings on implicit bias and have also attended numerous interdepartmental meetings in the effort to continue to improve our workplace culture and create a more inclusive space both inside and outside of community development. The council's proposed budget cut will drastically affect the diversity efforts our department has worked so hard on. Out of the 33 total staff members in our department, roughly 33% identify as biracial, non-white. 6 out of the 9 positions that will be cut are held by employees of color. In short, the proposed $10 million cut to the city's operational budget results in 18% of our department's diversity wiped. This proposed budgetary cut also account for urban planners, planners who assist with current planning, zoning enforcement, zoning administration, and commission support. Long-range planning and mapping and analysis will be gone. Additionally, code enforcement staff who keep our community and neighborhoods clean and safe will also be gone. These statistics don't include those employees who provide day-to-day administrative support to maintain the hard work that comes out of this department or the vacant building inspector position. While I know you have heavy decision to weigh, I implore you to greatly consider exactly what and who you'll be losing. Putting my own fears of being alone once again aside, I hope the city of Peoria will listen to the nationwide call for diversity in the workplace. I encourage you to consider the significant role of public safety our department plays, because while we may not be first responders to crime, injuries, or fires, we are here to prevent dangerous buildings from falling, to beautify our neighborhoods and reinvest in Peoria's most vulnerable housing inequitable areas. Thank you for listening to my comments. And the last one is from, and I probably won't get this name right, Severianan Tomorrow Kodo. Dear Peoria City Council, I am writing to urge you to hold off on making any budgetary decisions relating to the Peoria Police Department until hearing from a wide variety of local leaders within the areas most affected by crime. Mayor Ardis recently suggested that the council may reverse its previous inclination to cut the Peoria Police Department's budget in response to the looting rioting over the last week. However, I strongly believe this is not the correct course of action. These actions were one-off and do not fall in line with any trends of increasing crime in Peoria. As such, reversing your course would solely be because of an incident, as public officials know that this is more so reactionary rather than thought out. I urge you to take up your original stance, as the city needs to balance its budgets and to do so in a way that equally takes away money from services instead of unjustly prioritizing the police. That completes the citizens' comments.
Okay.
And we do not have an executive session, so.
Okay, we'd have a motion to adjourn. Councilman Sear, seconded Councilman Jensen. Seeing no discussion, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. We'd like to thank those who watched in and listened in on tonight's council meeting, and we'll be back in 2 weeks for our next meeting. This meeting is adjourned.